Plenty energy. You got plenty energy.
Members, at the break, we were debating, and I think we are ready to presume. Golden Gates, the honorable member, was on the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You may proceed.
Let me thank you for a very hearty and delicious birthday lunch that you hosted us to.
Thank you very much.
True Bahamian style.
You said the page, but you said the page.
Madam Speaker, I hope you will help us all to stay awake in here for the rest of the session.
Yes.
After treating us so well. But happy birthday again.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you all.
Yes.
Appreciate you all.
We appreciate you, Madam Speaker. So when I left off, I was speaking to our government's focus on empowering and respecting individuals and not allowing the delays in promotion to cause anyone to slip through the cracks. Madam Speaker, each day my team and I at Ministry of Public Service are working hard to get this work done while addressing other key priorities. Since coming to office, and specifically between October and April 30th of this year, we have completed 2,978 public service matters. Specifically, 2,978 public service matters between October and April 30th to date. We're still counting. Specifically confirmations, promotions, reclassifications, and HR-related matters. And we are working on the other matters that are still pending. Similar progress is being made for owed back pay, gratuities, and increments. We are processing what we have received and expect to eliminate long-standing matters during this fiscal year. Files are reviewed every single day. Madam Speaker, last night, after the session adjourned, I called one of my assistants and he said, "Files on your desk." I said, "Come in." So when I left the office last night, close to 10 o'clock, no files were on my desk. We don't take any days off when it comes to making sure our people are straight. I have a rule that I live by, Madam Speaker. I don't leave my office with unprocessed files sitting on my desk. So you know that statement, file sitting on a desk, we're getting rid of that in this dispensation. They are all reviewed and actioned in some way. And the team at the Ministry of Public Service works long hours to live up to this standard. And they will tell you that Ministry of Public Service is not one of those leave at 5 p.m. sharp kind of offices. We're there through the day, through the night, and on weekends. I'm fortunate to have a team who understands just how important the work we are doing is to the advancement of the public service. And I salute the hardworking technical teams at the Ministry of Public Service, led by our PS, Rosalind Horton. And I'm appreciative of all the work that they're doing for the people. Madam Speaker, I don't want to understate what a huge undertaking this is. The size of the backlog is hard to fathom. And like I said, there are mountains of files. I have reassurances from the team that at our current pace, we will have it all cleared by the middle of next year. Despite the chaos, the old analog systems and inefficiencies, we are able to make this progress through sheer effort. Every file will be reviewed. Every matter will be addressed. When we are done, the next step will be to ensure that a backlog is never created again. And this should be done not through long hours of overtime and tremendous effort, but through the introduction of systems to improve, shorten, and make these processes more efficient. Madam Speaker, when I talk about making systems more efficient, I'm not just paying word service to our good intentions. We have already initiated a process to identify issues as we work within the system and solve them. We are bringing 2 solutions on board to assist with bringing about these changes. The first is a human resource management information system, which will allow for the more efficient management of employees, operational processes, and data. The HRMIS system will automate and strengthen many existing functions, including storage, accessing, analyzing employee data, managing payments, processing applicants, administering benefits, tracking time, attendance, and employee performance. One of the less talked about points when it comes to digitalization efforts is the way that technology reinforces processes by providing strict, approved workflows, closing off the loopholes, minimizing human error, and ensuring that everyone follows the rules. Therefore, a new integrated financial management, HR management information system is critical. Madam Speaker, another important digital system that we are introducing during this budget cycle is a digital document management system. What this means is no more mountains of files at the ministry. All paperwork will travel along a digital pathway, allowing us to keep more reliable and secure records as we move approval processes along faster. I know that changes like these aren't the most high-profile changes, and they won't grab the front page headlines, but they will transform the way government operates in a meaningful way. The end result will be faster processes and response times, shorter application timeframes, more transparency, more robust and secure records, and shorter wait times for public service-related matters. Everyone will feel the benefit of these new systems because we are implementing with improved experiences in our minds for the people. Madam Speaker, a few months ago, I gave my personal WhatsApp number out to the general public. At the time, I recall a member of the media asking me if I wanted to do that. Well, as expected, I was inundated with a torrent of messages. And while it was a bit overwhelming at times, I incorporated responding to these messages into my daily routine. I personally respond to every message that comes to my WhatsApp, depending on how busy I am and how many messages come in a particular day. It may take a while, but I definitely eventually respond to them all, and the people are grateful. The fact that so many people feel the need to reach out to me underscores the need for more engagement of our public servants when it comes to assisting them with matters and answering their questions. This is where the virtual call center, which we rolled out this budget cycle, will become so important. When it comes to the engagement of public service, accessibility is key. We will ensure that every government employee is aware of how to contact the virtual call center and what kinds of help they can expect from the center. While center operators may not be able to answer every question, they will be able to liaise with public service personnel who can provide the answers. Madam Speaker, our people-focused agenda is firing on all cylinders. We are moving ahead with multiple priorities simultaneously. One of the major undertakings for this budget cycle is a complete assessment and improvement of spaces in which our public servants are working. It is of the utmost importance that our people are working in environments that are safe, secure, clean, and healthy, also comfortable and conducive to productivity. At the very least, government employees should be working in decent physical environments. This is really not a new revelation, but it's the least we can do for our people. We are moving forward with our agenda to improve conditions that public servants are working in, and with a refocused accommodations unit, with the sole purpose of seeing that this goal is accomplished, we are on our way. We will also be looking for opportunities to streamline and consolidate ministries and clear up the lease backlog, ensuring that all leased accommodations are being adequately and appropriately used by the government. The government signing on to the ILO's Decent Work Country program was to ensure that working cultures, environments, and protocols are aligned with international best standards. We are very serious about our commitment to transforming the whole public service. We can put all the new systems in place, but if our workspaces aren't up to par, we will not see the kind of cultural change we need. Good workers and good environments go hand in hand. I want all public servants to know that those of you who are working in subpar conditions, we hear you. We will be making the rounds to address your concerns. We will also be relocating the Ministry of Public Service as we position ourselves for growth. Our current location is physically limiting, cramped, and not in the best condition. We're moving forward with a more productivity-oriented, healthier space to facilitate growth within our ministry, inclusive of plans to expand the training unit and bring in support staff for digitalization efforts. We will also be looking at cost-saving measures, like the capacity to do trainings in-house rather than having to rent out spaces every time there is a training. Madam Speaker, as we empower and invest in our people in preparation for a revamped, reimagined public service, training will be essential to meet our goals. The ministry is conducting a whole of government productivity and workplace analysis to determine needed skill sets and ensure that we are filling the gaps. A part of making the government a more appealing employer, capable of attracting talent, is ensuring that people are able to do fulfilling work with room for growth. We have engaged a strategic task force on career path development and succession planning to chart the course for future government hires and current organizational structure. We want to ensure that we are matching people with their interests and providing training opportunities to reflect this. As public servants progress through the ranks, they will possess the requisite skills for the positions they are filling. This may sound very basic, but hiring and training in the public service has not always been done very strategically. Madam Speaker, we are now moving away from the general service worker towards a merit-based, skills-driven system, a system that allows people to engage with areas that they are skilled and interested in and receive training to further develop their skill set. Training modules are being developed and redeveloped to fill the identified gaps using adult learning principles and workforce training best practices to deliver a world-class training experience. To be frank, this should have been done many years ago, just like many other reforms that the Davis administration is now bringing to bear. For far too long, administrations have chosen to focus on the big ticket items while neglecting the more mundane but necessary tasks. The Davis administration knows how to do both. In fact, we must do both if we are serious about producing long-term changes within the public sector to increase efficiency and productivity and create a culture of excellence and high performance. Application and onboarding processes will be strengthened as targeted assessments are administered to facilitate our efforts. We want the government to be a competitive employment destination for everyone. We have a lot of work to do in that regard, but if anyone can do it, this administration can. Madam Speaker, we are in the process of creating an amalgamated hiring process within the public service. Believe it or not, there are people who think they are public servants when they are actually not public servants. I know that people who have spent their careers working in the private sector may find this a little confusing, but there are people who show up to work every day, being paid by the public treasury, and they're not classified as public servants. We've all heard the stories of people who go to work every day but have not been confirmed for years or even decades. Think about how damaging that is to the morale of these workers. To be assured of job stability for so long and to not be assured of job stability and not be eligible to accrue benefits for so long. This is yet another one of those public sector specific things that we have allowed to be around for far too long. The Davis administration is of the belief that even one person slipping through the cracks is one too many. I can assure you that we are examining it all, case by case, individual by individual, to put an end to the continued disenfranchisement of our people. How could we ever seriously talk about empowering people and creating a more productive public service without addressing this issue? If you are listening right now, and you are one of those workers who've been stuck in limbo for years, you have my word that the Davis administration will not leave you hanging. I'd like to specifically address the 52-week program participants. The final cohort of the 52-week program ends in July of this year. That will be the final iteration of the 52-week program as we know it, with a revamped alternative program set to take its place. For far too long, people have been engaged on this on-the-job training program, receiving low wages that are justified by these workers basically still being trainees. Years later, we still have them classified as 52-week program workers. There's no reason why anyone should be on the 52 weeks for more than 52 weeks. We will work toward regularizing these workers. Once again, the slow-moving bureaucracy of government combined with the convenience of having a ready supply of cheap labor has created an environment that has failed the 52-week program participants. It's undermining the attempts to boost morale and productivity in the public service. Workers engaged in such on-the-job training should be trained, assessed, and then either engaged or released, depending on their suitability for the role. This situation where we have people on the 52-week program for 8 years, 10 years, is untenable and will not continue to happen on the Davis administration's watch. What we will be replacing the 52-week program with is the Public Service Professional Engagement Program, or PSPEP. The PSPEP program will direct entrance into a specific career path. For example, technically inclined trainees will be placed in an apprenticeship at the Ministry of Works. Those with qualifications and interests in the healthcare industry will be placed into an allied health apprenticeship. Those who demonstrate an aptitude for administrative work will be placed into an administrative training context with a clear idea of what an administrative career path within the public sector looks like. Those with environmental and climatic interests will be placed on a path being developed with the Bahamas National Trust. And of course, private sector partners are also being engaged to facilitate apprenticeships. These trainees will be engaged, managed, monitored, and redeployed as necessary. At the end of the apprenticeship period, they will identify a career path they can work on. And those who have had positive assessments and demonstrated sufficient capacity will be engaged. Public servants should have a clear career path with a defined trajectory based on performance. Those entering the public service through training programs should either be confirmed or not confirmed. We will no longer tolerate having people waiting for confirmation for extended periods of time. We must set people up to win from the onset. We are focused on the human side of human resources. The public service is a massive operation with thousands of things going on at the same time and tens of thousands of people working. The Davis administration believes that each one of these people is important, and we will show them the respect and dignity they deserve. That begins with respecting people's time and efforts. And I know that these people were never intentionally left waiting for so long. It's the product of a poorly managed system, but that doesn't excuse the impact it has had on people's lives and careers. We can do better, and we will do better. Madam Speaker, diversity is a beautiful thing. Our teams and organizations are stronger when there's a diverse range of people contributing at every level. Here in the Bahamas, one of the underrepresented groups within the workforce is the community of persons with disabilities. We are committed to changing that within the public service. I want Bahamians living with disabilities to know that they have not been forgotten in all of this.
Yes.
The PS PEP program will specifically create on-the-job training opportunities with the option of being transitioned into full-time employment for people with disabilities. When they are confirmed, they will be positioned for the same career tracks and merit-based progression opportunities that all public servants will have access to. I know that many people living with disabilities are hard workers, capable of making great contributions to the workplace. They just need the opportunity. And through the PSPEP program, in collaboration with CORE Project, the Davis administration will ensure that Bahamians living with disabilities are empowered with opportunities for training and gainful occupation. Madam Speaker, I want public servants working on the Family Islands to know that they are included in these plans too. Right, Nabi?
Nabi.
All right. Since coming to office, no other way. Since coming to office, I've spent the past 8 months regularly visiting public service offices throughout the archipelago to personally hear the concerns and receive feedback as we move forward with our plans. And the Family Island public servants have been so grateful. Many public servants on the Family Islands often lament the Nassau-centric approach to policy development. Well, not under this Davis administration. That's right. We know it can feel isolated and exclusionary. In my visits to Abaco, Grand Bahama, I've learned firsthand the needs of public servants on these islands in a post-Dorian context. We will continue these visits to ensure that our public servants feel connected to the ministry and are informed of all of the latest developments. One of the most pressing issues is the inadequate accommodations across the Family Islands. We're all familiar with the unique challenges of being an archipelagic nation. Standalone infrastructure and systems must be replicated on each and every island. It is expensive and can create inefficiencies if not done in the proper way. As the accommodations unit continues its work, we are paying special attention to working conditions in the Family Islands. Decent working conditions should be a norm for every public servant. It's time to make that a reality on every island in the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, one of the neglected areas of health and wellness in national development plans is mental health. In recent years, this topic has made its way into conversations, but not enough resources have been specifically dedicated to addressing the issue in a comprehensive way. We are in the process of developing a mental health policy for the public service in collaboration with the Ministry of Health and the Attorney General's Office. This policy will apply to public service workers across the country. Once the legislative framework is in place, we can begin the process of promoting mental health as a part of good health, raising awareness of mental health issues, and expanding public service access to mental health support. The draft bill is being worked on as we speak, and we will have further updates in coming months. Mental health is one of the big issues for me, especially during the times we're living in, with so many people needing support and assistance. They need interventions and don't know where to turn. It is our hope that we will be able to provide some comfort and help for these people. When the people are strong, healthy, and empowered, it is reflected in the performance within the organization. Everything we are doing, each policy, each initiative, each system upgrade has a direct positive impact on the people. This is what it's all about. Madam Speaker, the former administration left a lot of bills behind. We've spent a lot of money getting our debt up to date, a large part of which was unpaid health insurance bills.
Wow.
We are now analyzing all plans to ensure that we are receiving the best benefits for our people at the best prices for the government.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Madam Speaker, I rise. I didn't want to interrupt the minister who is giving a wonderful presentation.
However, the minister is misleading the House and the country by not indicating that much of the invoices this administration now sees, if they would take the time to look at the dates on the invoices, they would straddle both the period that the Free National Movement has been in office, as well as the period that the Progressive Liberal Party has been in office. In fact, during the presentation by the Prime Minister, members should be guided by his presentation. It was the first time that the Prime Minister refused to repeat an inaccurate statement about a missing $1 billion. Instead, what he did is talked about invoices that were submitted, $1 billion of bills, arrears. And those arrears have straddled both administrations. So I think the minister's on a good wicket in terms of resolving long-standing issues that have not been dealt with by both previous administrations. She ought to continue on that wicket and tune without trying to narrow liabilities that the government has incurred to the Free National Movement.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you for agreeing, Marco City. Through this analysis, we expect to retain or improve the level of coverage for public servants while finding opportunities for savings for the government. More details on this analysis will be forthcoming. Madam Speaker, I have my responsibilities as a cabinet minister, and I also have my responsibilities as a member of parliament, which I enjoy. Each of us receives an allowance to run our constituency offices and to do the work in the constituency. While it may not be the lion's share of our national budget, a whole lot of work gets done with those limited funds. I would now like to take a few moments to give an account of what is being accomplished with my constituency funds. The Golden Gates Constituency Hot Meals program is still operational, serving in excess of 500 meals per week, breakfast and dinner every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And the breakfast program for the Sybil Strawn Primary is still providing hot and hearty breakfast for our students. The pothole repair program is ongoing. Golden Gates constituents are encouraged to continue to send pictures of potholes in the community and the pin location, and we have committed to fixing the holes within 24 to 48 hours, weather permitting. We are also collaborating with the Ministry of Works to ensure that street signs are posted throughout the community, and this includes placing new street signs where they are missing and replacing those that are damaged. A $30,000 park relighting project is nearing completion. We are removing old fixtures and installing solar-powered, energy-efficient LED fixtures, providing more lighting for our public parks, creating a safer environment, and allowing for recreational activities to go on beyond sunset. Before the end of June, all parks within the constituency will be completed, and we will celebrate this with a park relighting ceremony that I will invite all constituents to take part in. Drive past the parks within the constituency, and you will likely see technicians hard at work making repairs and adding more lighting. Another major project that is on the way is the improved Golden Gates Fish Market. The Golden Gates Fish Market, thanks to the member for Central and South Eleuthera, has a line item on the Ministry of Agriculture's budget. And I would like to thank the honorable member and the Minister of Agriculture, Marine Resources, and Family Island Affairs for his role in facilitating this ministry's adoption of the fish market. Through this partnership, we will revitalize the market, making it more efficient and profitable as we speak to empowering persons through avenues of entrepreneurship in Golden Gates. One of our marquee projects is the Sustainable Food Program, where local residents will sell freshly caught seafood and will also participate in the sale of produce in a clean, regulated, well-managed, and safe environment. When all of the work is done, we will be witnessing the birth of what will be the fish fry of the South, a feat that Golden Gates residents can be proud of. The community garden is still thriving, tended to by the children of the constituency. We also have a backyard farming program that is growing. I want to applaud backyard farmers in Golden Gate such as James Oliver, Ettrick Bow and the Family Farm Limited, Michelle Wallace-Roll, Ms. Mackey, Ms. Smith, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Hall, the Johnsons, and all Golden Gates residents that have backyard farms for their hard work in contributing to the food security of our community. Thanks to the member of Marathon, the Small Home Repairs Program is now being engaged through the Ministry of Social Services and Urban Development. We have contractors assisting with these repairs, which are being done on a needs basis. And if you live in Golden Gates constituency and you're in need of home repairs, please contact 819-4742 via WhatsApp so that you can be assisted. I will personally respond to your concerns. Madam Speaker, we are fresh off the heels of Mental Health Awareness Month. I have engaged a leading mental health professional to host mental health clinics for constituents of Golden Gates starting in this month of June. All residents of Golden Gates constituency, no matter your age, are invited to participate. I also encourage anyone who's interested in the criminal record expungement program to contact the constituency office so that we can assist you with initiating the process. I encourage any resident of Golden Gates at any time to reach out to the constituency office, and we will try to support you and find support for you in whichever way that we can. Constituents are also encouraged to participate in a series of polling division meetings that I'm hosting. These meetings allow me to hear the micro street level issues that are ongoing. The meetings are held one polling division per month, and I'm also conducting weekly Zoom calls with residents and in-person one-on-one meetings once per month. There's a long list of people who want to meet, so we are trying to create as many avenues as possible to communicate and address your concerns. Accessible representation is important to Golden Gates and everyone. And so Golden Gates, your member, is doing all that we can to make sure that I remain accessible. Our Death and Bereavement Committee continues to meet with surviving family members of deceased. Every family that is grieving the loss of a loved one, we ensure that they feel the love and comfort from their member of Parliament for Golden Gates. I wish to take this time to extend condolences to families in Golden Gates who have recently lost loved ones, including Ruth and Edwin Francis and family on the passing of their daughter Donlika Francis Martin, to the family of Gwyneth Nixon Colley, the family of Wendy Margaret Poitier Smith, and to the family of Linda Green. May the Lord strengthen and comfort your families during your time of bereavement, and may the souls of the dearly departed rest in God's perfect peace. Madam Speaker, our Job Seekers Assistance Program is getting dozens of people back to work in the private and public sector. Golden Gates residents who want to work are either working or actively being assisted with finding a job. Once again, I encourage anyone who is still seeking employment to reach out to us. Prior to entering politics, I was involved with securing scholarships for people across the archipelago. That work has continued in my role as a member of Parliament, as I believe that education is key. We have assisted a number of people with academic scholarships at the tertiary, technical, and vocational levels. For constituents who are entrepreneurship-minded, we are working with Access Accelerator and Bahamas Development Bank to assist with gaining access to funding opportunities, with some specifically targeted for female-led businesses. The derelict vehicle removal program has started, and we are committed to a clean, safe, and healthy community. We are working along with the Department of Environmental Health to make this happen, and we are also facilitating the cleaning and clearing of vacant lots and conducting monthly senior citizen yard cleanings because we know our seniors need the support. We are working with BPL and private contractors in preparation for hurricane season, ensuring that any trees that need to be trimmed are trimmed. We are also partnering with the Pride Estates and Golden Gates Crime Watch Associations to keep a watchful eye on our community as we attempt to keep criminal activity to a minimum. A special thank you to Kimberly Marshall and Letha Nottage, who have dedicated themselves to creating safer environments in collaboration with the Bahamas National Neighborhood Watch Council. Our Golden Gates Business Directory continues to grow. Business owners can be added to the directory by contacting the constituency office or my personal WhatsApp number. It is a growing list of preferred businesses owned by Golden Gates residents. We prioritize patronizing our resident-owned and constituency-based businesses first with all of our activities and initiatives. To date, there are 97 businesses that make up our directory and growing. Madam Speaker, we recently held our Mother's Day walkabout and door-to-door gift giving to show appreciation to Golden Gate's mothers, and we're gearing up to do the same in a few weeks for Father's Day. Parents who are looking for productive, child-friendly, creative activities for their children to engage this summer can have their children enrolled in the Golden Gate Summer Camp in July. We're not giving crabs to our fathers. We're giving them good gifts. We are very proud of our Golden Gates youth. But I'd like to highlight one in particular, Madam Speaker. She is Miss Kay Reva Roll, a bright and brilliant young Golden Gates constituent who capably, amazingly, and eloquently represented Golden Gates in the recent Youth Parliament that was held by the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Culture last month. We remain proud of her stellar representation of her community and look forward to nothing but great things from her in the future as an active and vibrant member of Golden Gates and also as a nation builder. Madam Speaker, what you've heard is just a sample of all that we are doing in Golden Gates. Resources are limited, and we do what we can to explore creative ways to partner with other members of our community in Golden Gates to be able to do what we need to do for every citizen in the Golden Gates community. But for now, we're doing our best to reach as many people as we can so that we can impact as many lives as we can. I take this role very seriously, and I'm dedicated to becoming the best representative that I can be. Madam Speaker, in our blueprint for change under the heading Labor and Public Service, the Davis administration pledged to reestablish labor relations. We promised to reform the public service and place public servants in areas where they can leverage their strengths. We said that we would establish a renewed public service training program. We committed to clearing up backlogs and reassessing benefits packages for local government employees to bring them in line with standard government packages. And we said that we would expand the use of technology platforms and improve employment through a digital agenda. Line by line, promise by promise, you will note that the Ministry of Public Service has already started the work, has put in place the necessary resources to begin this work under the current budget cycle. Let me repeat that. Every single public service commitment made in the Blueprint for Change will be initiated by the end of this budget cycle. The Davis administration is delivering as promised for public servants and for the people of the Bahamas. We're not stopping at delivering campaign promises either. We are in an evolving situation where new ideas arise and unanticipated solutions are required. We are going beyond election promises as we identify more opportunities to deliver positive opportunities for the people. In just 8 short months, we are doing what many have talked about for years. We are introducing initiatives that have been discussed for decades, clearing backlogs, modernizing operations, and creating better, more enriching work environments for public servants. We've gotten so much done. It's hard to believe that it's only been 8 months. And if we're able to do so much in 8 months, it also begs the question, what was the previous administration doing for the past 4 years?
I don't know.
We know we'll hear the usual excuses, COVID-19, Hurricane Dorian, but there were 2 years prior to those crises when the economy was functioning. At the very least, could the Bahamian people have had a productive first 2 years from that administration?
No.
Comparing our first, you don't like where I go in Marco City? Ah, boy. Be in the spirit, be in the spirit. Comparing our first 8 months to your first 2 years.
Wow.
Shows a clear contrast in the spirit between our competent, compassionate leadership and whatever it is that y'all were doing, Marcus. Sometimes I think most of the time was spent talking about the PLP. But Madam Speaker, We are here to talk about the way forward. At the Ministry of Public Service, our way forward begins and ends with the people. We want to be measured by the impact we've had on our people, because empowered people will be the true catalyst for growth. Everything we do for the people. Golden Gate supports this budget. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Marco City.
Madam Speaker, I noticed when I raised the point of order earlier, the minister did not acknowledge that the arrears that she referenced straddle both administrations. So just by way of reference, I wanted to commend to colleagues that they take a look at the budget 2018, 2019, where there was some $700 million that was referenced in that budget. At least 400 million, in terms of arrears, at least 400 million was attributed just to unpaid bills by the previous administration. So I'm just making the point, just for the sake of completeness, it is important that we put in context the government is continuous. In 2017, we met $400 million worth of unpaid bills accumulated by the Progressive Liberal Party. So it's not uncommon or unusual for you to find some unpaid bills. We just want you to pay them now.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Golden Gates.
Thank you, Marco City.
Because he traveled, you should not.
Marco City, I thank you for your point of order. Just as you brought clarity, I want to bring clarity to the statement that I made, that this government is paying the debt that was left over, that you acknowledge was left over from your administration and possibly before. Thank you for that acknowledgement once again.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Between aspirational and actual. So you're in the aspirational stage, you're hoping to pay, but we don't know yet. We don't know yet to wait and see.
As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for St. Anne's.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I thought that I would go directly into my prepared contribution, but being a witness and listening to what's been said to date and yesterday, I wanted to come back to a few things and speak to them. You have an announcement today. It's in the budget, but I didn't look to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs budget is increasing by $5 million. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Foreign Affairs already holds a particular opinion in the public's eye when it comes to spending, and boldly he acknowledged that, and he had no qualms about admitting and sticking to an intent to spend that increased budget. That's an increased budget that he intends to spend, not that he had to particularly fight hard for it, but that he's intending to spend despite budgets going down in other places such as the Ministry of Education and Social Services. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Social Services is reducing its uniform assistance by over $1 million, and that's found on page 140 of the budget. Nassau Village, Madam Speaker, gave a presentation today where he produced this large...
Oh my God.
One moment, if you could pause my time, please.
Okay.
Okay.
You may continue on, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've just had a break because an individual had difficulty on the stairs. They've been assisted now, and hopefully they're not worse for wear. I'll go back to my budget contribution, Madam Speaker. The budget has despite the Ministry of Foreign Affairs increasing its budget by $5 million, which the minister said he would spend. That's what he does. The Social Services Department's budget has gone down on the line item for uniform assistance by over $1 million. And I hear this, the struggle is real, St. Anne's. And I'll tell you, for those persons that are depending on uniforms assistance under the social services budget, it's going to be real for them. So I'm looking for that little golden circle back around when the Minister of Education from Englerston gives her presentation as to where that money is coming from, possibly under her budget, to assist those persons with uniform. I myself, Madam Speaker, know just exactly how real the struggle is, because as a wealthy man, I still come to this honorable house making sacrifice. The bottom of my shoe is tearing off, and the inside lining is nothing but recycled board. So, Madam Speaker, for all of those homes, Madam Speaker, for all of those homes in our respective constituencies where you can see, for all of those homes in our constituencies where you can see persons coming out onto the playground or you see them in their own house. I witnessed it in St. Anne's on the basketball court we have behind the constituency office, young men running about on the court, and the shoe has no front, or it has a front that is really probably 6 inches to an 8-foot foot. And these guys, they don't say anything. I look at it. I may not have known them for too long, but I can see that there's a need there. Most persons like myself, you get one pair of school shoes for the year. Clark's Boutique, they would last you the whole year, whether you're playing basketball or going to class. School uniforms are very important. Yeah, the boutiques. But we can't, Madam Speaker, expect that assistance that was there before is not needed anymore. Madam Speaker, I also heard references made to bad governance by the past administration. Such fake rhetoric, Madam Speaker, is not helpful. The last administration saved lives. When Prime Minister Davis, then MP Davis, caught COVID, he flew off to the United States to get treatment. And I don't blame him for that, Madam Speaker. He did what he had to do to get treatment, and the last administration did what it had to do to save lives, and that's the truth. Madam Speaker, I heard from my friend, and I'm going to call him my friend now, the MP from Fox Hill. I was able to participate with him at the Fox Hill Police Station last month. There was honoring of officers there, and we were both there for the presentation for persons that received certificates for recent examinations or for outstanding service on the job. And I do enjoy what he says in this House. It made me remember that the first time I listened to him, he was a diplomat on behalf of the Bahamas government, either a senator or a member of parliament. When I was still in the University of Buckingham in England, that was way back in 2000. He was on circuit in London, England. He came to University of Buckingham, spoke to a number of the Bahamian students while he was there. And just as he can still do to this day, he was a great speaker then as well. I picked up, though, Madam Speaker, that when he speaks, it's a little hypnotic because he'll call off something about Norman Manley. He'll call off something about George Mackey. He'll call off something about the Washington, D.C. office or Brussels. And you go along with them and you're on this journey with them that you're living virtually. Or that you live, I said it, so you're living virtually with him on this journey. And he is a exactly. He is a statesman. I'll give him that. I respect him. He even had me believe today, Madam Speaker, that using $3 million of government money to build on somebody else's land was a good idea for government. I mean, I never heard that concept before, Madam Speaker. I couldn't believe it, but I had to tend to agree with him. However, being financially prudent, I don't know that I would encourage this administration to go about spending millions of dollars on land that doesn't belong to the people of the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, with that said, I'm going to get into my contribution.
You were saying on your feet? Be courageous. I haven't been in a fight so long. Come on, man.
All right. Good afternoon officially to you, Madam Speaker, and happy birthday. Good afternoon to my fellow honorable members from the Free National Movement side and the honorable members from the government side. And good afternoon, most importantly, to my constituents of the great constituency of St. Anne's, through whose support I rise. It is time, Madam Speaker, for the country to move forward with a plan that will chart our future. Lee Kuan Yew, the former Prime Minister of Singapore, who led his little island nation from a backwater British colony to independence in 1965, and on to the greatest example of land use planning, industry, and discipline in all the world, said that if I decide what is worth doing, then I'm going to put my heart and soul to it. Madam Speaker, I refuse to commit the next 4 years of my life to reacting to the government's agenda. Like Lee Kuan Yew, I am putting my heart and soul into developing the future of our country. It is time for the next generation of leadership. There must be succession. Our country, our people, can never again allow our deeds and actions to sell our future short. We cannot accept that again we are a nation for sale. A nation where criminal enterprise is permitted unabated. Our natural resources are harvested before our own eyes without explanation and to the exclusion of opportunity for the next generation. A nation where discipline and sacrifice are replaced by greed and complacency. Madam Speaker, the preamble of our Constitution reads, whereas 481 years ago, the rediscovery of this family of islands, rocks, and keys heralded the rebirth of the New World. And whereas the people of this family of islands recognize that preservation of their freedom will be guaranteed by a national commitment to self-discipline, industry, loyalty, unity, and an unabiding respect for Christian values and the rule of law. We, as Bahamians, Madam Speaker, have made a commitment to self-discipline, to industry, to loyalty, to unity, and to an abiding respect for Christian values, and most importantly, the rule of law. Madam Speaker, the rule of law is one that no one is above the law. It is applied equally and fairly to both government and citizens. As we approach our 50th year as an independent nation, we must ask ourselves, have we met the commitment? Have we met the national commitment? Have we been self-disciplined? Fiscally, no. Our national debt has soared from 0 to 11.2 billion over the last 49 years. Sustainably, no. More than 90% of the food that we eat is imported. As we continue to borrow, this government now needs another 251 million or more just since February of this year to get us through to the end of June 2022 of this year, the end of this month. That's 5 months. We need to find over 200 million. Have we been industrious? We have managed to maintain and excel in our region's tourism industry. The former Minister of Tourism, Ignacio de Yagler, and his team at the Ministry of Tourism produced a historic record in arrivals in 2019 with 2.7 million visitors. We have created a new home porting industry and created new family island destinations for cruise ships to experience and locals to benefit. It's up to the Speaker to recognize you, my friend. But what of our other opportunities and what of our other ethics? What of our work ethic? Do we turn up every day to work and provide top service to our customers? What of our unity? Have we been loyal and unified? Have our resources been protected for future generations of Bahamians? Are we compassionate to each other? Or have we allowed greed and division to harden our hearts and undermine our integrity as a people? Does loyalty to oneself, to one's party, fraternity, self-interest, or preferred temptation prevent us from being what we set out to be as a nation? There have been failings in our first 50 years, some greater than others, which is why we must organize and recommit ourselves behind new leadership. Leadership beyond the Pinling era. If you ran with Pinling, you're not new leadership. You've given to your country, but your vision does not see beyond the horizon. I know we hear a lot about carbon credits, and that is the vision, and that is the vision beyond the horizon. But that's what's been put in front of us by others. If we take the money for preserving our land, does that mean we can do nothing more with it? For how long can we do nothing with it? And who is paying us? The same world powers that are shuttering down our financial services today? And what will happen when the powers realize that because we're not a self-sustainable economy and country, the majority of their carbon monoxide emissions that they're producing are contributed in a way by the goods that we receive from them to satisfy our own appetites? Nevertheless, Madam Speaker, these are not words of insult, but of respect and honor. As I intended to honor all of those that did their best, so must the nation respect their effort. Theodore Roosevelt said, "It is not the critic who counts. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by the dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who, at worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly. So his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who know neither victory or defeat." Madam Speaker, we Bahamians must prepare for and recommit ourselves. The best is yet to come, but it clearly will not be found in this New Day government, where the rule of law is at best misunderstood and at worst willfully dismissed. Loyalty to the people is compromised in favor of crown land and coal exploitation by foreigners, and self-discipline is limited by this government strapping of first-class seatbelts around their waist while children walk to school hungry with tears running down their face. Where despite the pleadings of our people amidst the horrific incidents of domestic abuse and child abuse, they have put forward a budget to build a second rehabilitation center, providing more accommodation to the abuser while failing to build, to date, new structures to shelter and protect the victim. The plan, Madam Speaker, is to spend, and spend more. That is a fact, and that's the way it's always been for them. They have overspent so much in 5 months that they now have to borrow over $251 million just to cover their lack of fiscal discipline. The public has to ask itself, is this same way government any different from previous governments?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkins, and Salvador.
I wonder if the member, where did he get this fact from? That spending by us has resulted in us having to borrow $251 million. What is he talking about? There is a resolution to borrow $250 million. But you would have seen, we have outlined what the costs, what those bills are for. Unfunded projects that were committed by the previous administration. Look at it, please. You're misleading when you say that. And I'd ask them to withdraw it. Just look at the resolution that's laid in respect to that borrowing that identifies what those payments are for, has nothing to do with what happened after the 16th of September to now. It's there. Please be true. Because it is right there in your plain face. I would ask them to withdraw that statement, Madam Speaker. Let's look at it. We laid it out, and it's there right before you. And as I continue to remind you, thank God for September 16th.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, I hope the Prime Minister didn't bite his tongue when he described my face as being plain. This is a beautiful face, Mr. Prime Minister. But, Madam Speaker, September 16th to when the mid-year budget report was given was 5 months. 5 months in government. 5 months in government. They came in, they made representation that we have examined everything. They even had $1 billion that they couldn't find, but they knew it was $1 billion. They made the promise that they didn't need to adjust the numbers, they didn't need to borrow anything else. Yet since February to June, they're now coming forward with a resolution to borrow $251,419,140. Now, I don't know how they shuffled it around in the budget, or I don't know where they put the numbers where it needed to be. But after 5 months in government, when they came before this honorable House on February 22nd of 2022, they said, we can do this. We can go to our budget and we need borrow no more money. And now we have a resolution. They are borrowing more money, Madam Speaker, and more money than the best NBA player gets paid in a year. This is unheard of money. $251 million, Madam Speaker, on the people's back. We will have to pay this when they said we wouldn't. That is where the words come from that I have said in this honorable House today, and it's not meant to be any disrespect, Madam Speaker. Going back now, Madam Speaker, the public has to ask itself, is the same way government any different from previous governments? In my opinion, Madam Speaker, they are not. Their acts are not the acts of leaders recommitted to our country. Their acts are lacking of innovation. It's another cut and paste PLP administration. I've already spoken to the carbon credits, so don't wave that in front of me again. We're biting on that carrot and we don't even know what's on the other end. It's another cut and paste PLP administration, Madam Speaker, out to maintain the status quo of favors over our future. Another return to a nation for sale. And if you don't believe me or see it happening yet, wait, you will. It is said, Madam Speaker, that Sir Lyndon Pinning's first 10 years as Prime Minister were his best.
Yes. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Fort Charlotte. Yes.
This is a point of order for the honourable member to make an offensive statement imputing that the government is selling and administering. Come on, please. The member clearly did not intend.
I can't hear you.
The member clearly did not intend a government for sale, and this is being broadcast throughout the world. Member, the honourable member should do the honourable thing and withdraw it. Unless he can put some evidence before this honourable House. It is clearly against the rules, Madam Speaker.
I said another return to a nation for sale, Madam Speaker.
Nation for sale?
Nation for sale.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, a nation for sale?
Another return.
This member's taken an oath to defend the nation. A nation for sale?
I am in opposition. I am defending.
No, you're part of the government. The government,
I'm part of the
we
parliament.
all took the same
part of the
oath,
parliament.
Madam Speaker. Well,
Honourable member, we will strike that.
the assembly is part of governance.
The
A nation
PLP
for
is
sale.
government now.
That is a bit overboard, honourable member. It paints a very dark picture for our country.
It's a point of order.
Recognizes
It's
the
a point
honourable
of
member
order
for
too.
Cat Island. Rumpkins and Salvador.
Point of order. Either the member for St. Anne's is deliberately mirrored in past broadsides and propaganda, and therefore can't see or hear what is happening contemporarily today, right? But he continually says that this borrowing of 216 million, which is covered by our supplementary budget, which we laid as well, right? I outlined the reason for this. It's all because, and I'll just give him the list that I told the Parliament the need to borrow. We decided that we pay these vendors, right? Because of what was incurred during their reign. And this is what I had to say, Madam Speaker. In this regard, we'll be seeking parliamentary approval for a supplementary budget for additional recurrent expenditure of the 216 million, which is quoted, and capital expenditure of 34 million. That's what we said we'll do. Right? These balances are owed to hardworking women and men who have given their time, energy, and resources to contribute to the development of this nation, and months later, still haven't been paid. Now, and I also indicate that this harmful practice cannot be allowed to continue. And I listed, and you could take your pen and add, get your calculator, start. $56.7 million that was owed on insurance for public servants. Right. So you think $56.7 million would have been incurred by us from September 16th to date? Right. $45 million in arrears owed to Water and Sewage Corporation to settle balances with vendors. Do you think that from September 16th to date, we would have incurred $45 million? $30 million for the completion of the Andre Rogers Baseball Stadium. We all know the saga of that. The stop, review, the dithering, and the not doing. For 4 years, $30 million. 19, this is what we pay. Whatever the truth is, this is $30 million for that. Was that incurred between the 16th of September and now? That's the point I'm making. I don't want to get into the argument how it was incurred or not incurred. The one thing I'm making is he is making the suggestion that we borrowing $216 million because of what we did between September 16th and now. And so I'm pointing out, I want him to tell me how that is an incorrect assertion, right? And he should withdraw it. And when we go down the list, when we say the rest of it, right? 19 million in outstanding payments owed to Doctors Hospital for COVID-19 emergency support. Right? 6.4 million in outstanding rent payments. 6 million outstanding legal claims. Madam Speaker, all I'm asking the member, this is an honorable place. Be accurate in your assertions. Accurate in your assertions. And if you're able to demonstrate that any of those numbers, to the extent that they are, were incurred between September 16th and the date, then you can make the assertion. Right, so please, withdraw the statement. It's the honorable thing for you to do.
Madam Speaker, I'm headed toward doing the honorable thing.
Do it.
Gentlemen, at ease, eh? I'm responding to the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister said to give accurate information. He said 216 million about 3 times. Did anyone hear him say something other than 216 million? I refer to this resolution, which does not identify 216 million. Now, what I'll do, what I came from, Madam, this is not 260 million. That is my point. I never today said 216 million. If you want to be accurate, let's be accurate. Now, what I'm going to do, because I've been requested by the leader of the government, is that I'm only going to make reference to the fact that they are now borrowing the amount of money in this resolution, or seeking to borrow, which is $251,149,000, 140. Now, that is an amount of money that wasn't put before this House during the midterm budget report. I am going to withdraw any reference or inference from the words that I said that they've accrued this on their own. The facts are, in February, when the midterm budget was debated, this was not needed. It's now needed. But I'm not saying that because of this flying to Dubai and everywhere else, this was accrued. So any inference, this is at your request. I'm not going to withdraw my entire presentation here. So if there's something specific you wish me to withdraw, tell me exactly what that is, if you please. No, any. That's like a lot of words.
No. Any inference that the resolution that you referred to, and you did say I mentioned 216 million. Yeah. Yes, it was 216. That's the recurrent expenditure, but you would have also heard me mention the sum of 34 million, which is capital expenditure. So when you add those two up, it is in that neighborhood, right? So what I'm saying to you is this. All I'm asking is this. The assertion and the impression conveyed is that borrowing is directly linked to the conduct and activity of my government since it was elected September 16 to date. That's the assertion, that's the impression that I wish for you to withdraw.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Marcus City.
Madam Speaker, I think it is going to be necessary for the Prime Minister, for the member for Kid Island, Rumkins and Salvador, to go down that list. There are items that do not fall in the category that he is referring to. One of the items on that list is the construction of the baseball stadium and the amount stated. In this House, previously, I shared with all members an article that predated us coming into government that referenced the fact that the exact amount that you refer to, the member for Fort Charlotte referred to, please allow me to finish. Yes, let me finish the statement. So, Prime Minister, I sat patiently and I listened to you. No. Allow me to finish the statement. No.
Yeah. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Canada.
Listen to what you have said. You have said this $30 million is related to this project, which predates us even before we came into office in 2017. Is that what you said?
Correct.
And so this all related to something that may predate your coming into office.
Correct.
So what that is not what I'm talking about. I am talking about the members suggesting that amount, right, contributed to that borrowing, and that borrowing was incurred because of what we did between September 16th, 2021 and now. So you're supporting the point I make. Right?
One member.
So are you saying that that amount was incurred between September 16th, 2021 and to date? If you're saying it isn't, then you support my point, and he should withdraw.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Prime Minister. What you continue to do, what the side opposite continues to do, Madam Speaker, is this. They make a very narrow point, but they put on the public record something else. Let me give the example. The Prime Minister, as a preamble to listing all of the figures that he just listed, made the point that it should never happen again that you have these unpaid bills that are brought forward that forces an administration to have to pay those unpaid bills. The difficulty with that is, I mentioned prior to you coming back into the chamber, member for Kid Island, that the fact is that in 2017, when we came to government, in reference to a point made by the member for Golden Gates, I pointed out that $360 million was accumulated arrears from successive governments. What is the point? The point is that each government that has come to power find unpaid bills, accumulated arrears, etc. And the tone of your presentation and what you said conveyed the point that what you are engaged in is a tidying up exercise relative to the Free National Movement. That is the insinuation that you have given. So what I'm saying, for completeness, if you wish to put on the public record that successive administrations have contributed to accumulated arrears and unpaid debts, that's fine. But no. So no, because you wish to narrow the point, having already accused the former administration of creating bills.
Honourable member.
Yeah. So, Madam Speaker, let me just to complete it. Madam Speaker, again, the reason we are in this kind of exchange. Is because, and I did not interrupt the member for Cat Island Rumkey in San Salvador in his budget communication, but the clear, not suggestion, insinuation was that this administration, the New Day administration, is clearing up, tidying up bills left behind by the Free National Movement without, and it's been done before. It was done in the initial supplementary budget bill. And again, I'm making the point, successive governments have contributed to arrears and unpaid bills. So let's narrow it as if in the last 9 months you are borrowing only to take care of what has been done before. Because the reality is, previous PLP administration have contributed to the accumulation of bills.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Cat Island Rumkey in San Salvador.
First of all, Madam Speaker, see, the reason why, see, if the member had followed completely my communication, the reason why we are able to do what we're doing in respect to cleaning up some of the bills, right, is because we have created the headroom to do so. And how we create the headroom? Because we took the debt to GDP from 101% down to just over 85%. So we have that headroom. We're not using it all, right? Which is a complete different exercise that was engaged in 2017. No. That's the how to. That is the core why we're doing what we're doing. A completely different reason from what occurred in 2017. This whole, you talk about a narrow point. This is not a narrow point. The point is, he is saying that because of our conduct, let us accept two things. We accept that because of the basis on which government accounts, right, operates, it happens we all will meet debts. So that's accepted. First admission of that. Right?
That's so obvious.
Right? We'll all meet it. Right? We'll all meet it. Right? I am saying, what I say in my communication, it's time for us to come. It's time for us.
Hold on.
And the point that I make, Madam Speaker, in my communication, right, it is time for us to stop the practice. And we need to be more current in our debts. Mm-hmm. Most of these debts have been lingering for a long time. Right?
Yes.
So this debate is not about who incurred the debt. And it's about the fact that a wrong assertion was made. And let's accept that. Let's accept that. Right? Let's accept that, withdraw it and move on. Now, if you want to debate whether the PLP incurred the debt or the FM incurred the debt or how it was incurred, that's a different matter. His point was, it was a wrong assertion as to the period in which those debts for which the borrowing is happening occurred. And that's what we need to accept and move on.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Marcus City.
Madam Speaker, when you have large numbers in the House, it is easy in all the bombing to give the impression that a valid point has been made, right? So the point is, Madam Speaker, let me make the point. Madam Speaker, the previous statement made by the member for Golden Gates was that they had to clear up 75 million, I believe it was, in 50 million of arrears for health insurance. So this is not an irrelevant or tangential discussion. This is about speaking directly to that point. That those arrears, since she put it on the record, I sought to bring the figures from the 2018 budget to show that far more was left, right? Now, the Prime Minister got up to make the member for Kent Island to clarify his point. In the course of making his point, the Prime Minister said they took the GDP, Prime Minister, from close to 100 down to 50, 85. And so again, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister again is misleading. That isn't. Let me finish the point. The Prime Minister is misleading the public. The decline in GDP. I asked a question from my seat, and I'll sit to listen. How did this administration do that? Because our understanding is if revenue is ahead of what has been projected, that is different than saying you have done something since you have come to office to cause that to happen. That's something totally different. So that's not the how, and I'm just saying the Prime Minister needs to provide for us to accept that this is what this administration did. How did that happen? It's a simple case of revenue is ahead of what is projected, not that this administration in the first 5-6 months did anything to make that happen. That's not the case.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for West Grand Mohammed.
Debate. We're arguing. We're now introducing another debate.
Yes, we are.
If we continue on the debate we're on, at the point where the member for Anstown St. Anne's is being asked to withdraw.
Yes.
Statements made.
I've already stricken that from
My
the
communication, go to page 10.
I feel like I got 9 wives. Everybody's talking to me at once. Madam Speaker, at the request of the leader of the government, I withdraw inferences that can be made from my previous remarks that their actions have incurred the millions that they are now seeking to borrow to satisfy past and previous ongoing debts that need to be satisfied in the interests of men and women, as was said.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Member. And Honourable Member, we have to, sometimes in our debate, we have to be very careful. I know members on this side, and I know members on your side. But when you say a nation for sale, that is critical. We ought to be very careful with our language when we try to make opinions. This is our country. I love my country. I would never be a part of anything
These are
in
arguments.
this parliamentary square.
Now you see,
Call for a nation for sale.
Madam Speaker,
If you're going to criticize somebody's speech, at least get the subject word.
A nation for sale. I want to never hear that in the halls of Parliament again. Because I don't
Speaker,
believe
I can't-
anybody in this room is here to sell our country. I do not.
Okay, Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Yes, it is an argument, and I'm gonna.
I don't care what it is. Don't say it again.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm gonna have to read my remaining presentation once, and then look at it again to decide if I actually want to say it. That's all right. That's all right.
You'll have some respect and let the member finish.
Madam Speaker, I think since it's your
What
birthday,
you know about respect? And you bang up everybody. Oh, now you cut that out.
Madam Speaker, I am Sister Laura Benson's son, and she taught me a tremendous amount of respect. Madam Speaker, the member is attempting to speak. The clock continues to run, but members continue to make noise, obscure what he's saying. We only want equal treatment under the law, Madam Speaker.
So I stand me to vote, child.
We would appreciate it.
Disrespect when I see it sometimes.
No, but Madam Speaker, but at least I have the ability to admit and seek forgiveness and turn from my ways. All I'm asking is that the member be given the respect, and if we can restore the time, please, Madam Speaker.
Give him 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Give him 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
But he getting out of hand today. And I even ain't pick on him because he even ain't wearing the right tie today. That child must be doing something to him. Don't come back in that.
My tie is
Black, gray, blue.
my tie is in accordance with the rules, Madam Speaker.
It ain't. Oh no, way.
Yep. If the clerk
Okay.
can identify the rule that says you can't wear a particular color tie, then I'll withdraw that. But it speaks to wearing dark suits.
Mr. Clark, what color tie is he supposed to be wearing?
You'll have to refer to the rules.
Dark colors, okay.
Because I've seen the minister. I've seen the minister of national.
Okay, Professor. Let my professor go. Poor Charlie, help me out here.
Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Come for Charlie.
Rule 93.
All right.
Rule 93 said the dress of members of the House, including the Speaker, at sittings shall be dark suits with ties for men and dark business suits or dress for women provided on state or formal occasions.
And let him know how he's supposed to button up his jacket or coat or what that is. Because he forgot that too. You know?
But the tie must be consistent.
Must be consistent.
Bright yellow ties in this house.
Well, not here with me. Not here. Not here. Not under my watch. I must be without sick.
Bright yellow ties.
Not here.
House one term.
Not here.
And I have another.
Not here. Now you cut it out.
Of a minister
Now you
wearing
cut
a
it.
white suit. A white suit.
Where was I?
Exactly.
I wasn't
I
here.
don't know where you were.
I wasn't here.
Got it on film.
I was not here. You don't remember wear a white suit under my watch.
WHITE. White suit.
Wasn't under my watch.
You can't get any brighter. Then not.
Oh, it's correct, people. It wasn't under my watch. I wasn't here.
No. The member,
Oh, no.
the member that wore it knows who they are. They're quite fashionable in this place, and I appreciate it. Madam Speaker,
Look at your leader.
I-
Always properly
I
attired.
hope
Look at his
one day.
ties.
I hope one day you'll
Always
let me
fixed.
come back and say,
Always.
maybe after hours, what I wanted to say on this page. There isn't anything that
Now you want to
would-
button up your jacket, and after I tell you it ain't
I
button.
can't put my tie outside my jacket. It's a handsome tie. It's a handsome tie. Jeez. So, Madam Speaker, I'm going to sacrifice this page. No, y'all don't want to hear that. Y'all don't want to hear what I got on that page. I got too much hard on that page. All right, let me see what else I can do today.
Don't get no better than St. Anson. That's my favorite. Don't get no better than him. I don't care. It's my
All right.
favorite.
I'm gonna keep it more in line. Madam Speaker, the government would have the public believe that they have the public's best interest at heart with this new budget. In my opinion, the budget misses the mark. Firstly, Madam Speaker, the budget intends to reduce funding to social services by $32 million. Why? It was not more than 3 weeks ago, Madam Speaker, and this is a true story, that 2 young children walked past my constituency office on their way to school in the morning with tears on their face. Mrs. Hall, who works in the office, interrupted their route and asked them what was wrong. They told her of their hunger, that they had not eaten the night before or that morning. Knowing what resources were available in the office, she had them hold on, and she warmed up a SpaghettiO and hot dog on the stove burner. The children sat down and ate it quickly. When they got up to leave, Ms. Hall asked them to stop by after school to get a bag of breadbasket items. They replied, "No, ma'am, we can't get that. Our mommy does not like the F&M." She reassured them, however, Madam Speaker, that this wasn't a party F&M or political party thing. And they came back later that day and got a bag of breadbasket items. And Madam Speaker, that's a true story. I know that a lot went on before I was able to get that out this afternoon, but to me, that's heartbreaking. We are so at odds and divided as a people. Politics is no longer only debated at the dinner table, but it now keeps dinner from the table. What happened to our Christian values? Bahamians, we must prepare to recommit ourselves. It's time for the next generation of leadership. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the budget misses the mark of being in the best interest of the people because it makes no considerable increase to the Department of Physical Planning. Now, Shadow Minister of Works and former Chairman, I'm relying on my experiences there with what I'm going to continue on for the bigger part of my remaining time. This is the government department, the Department of Physical Planning. This is the government department which, in accordance with the Planning and Subdivision Act, properly falls under the Ministry of Environment. But due to the workers historically getting paid through the Ministry of Works allocated budget, they operate under the Ministry of Works. Housed off in an outpost on their own, not within the main Ministry of Works building, they are understaffed, undertooled. Each year, they actively review and approve hundreds, if not thousands, of applications. Applications ranging from severance to subdivision, business licenses to zoning applications, and various inspections. They, like many other misunderstood and neglected departments, do not receive sufficient manpower or vehicles needed to timely carry out their responsibilities. When I went through the 2022 budget, I saw no increase for vehicles or salaries that would indicate new hires to complement the hardworking team already there. Actually, no provision for vehicles at all, other than licensing and inspection, which had an amount of 0, and transportation and equipment upkeep, which was at $3,500. Now, this is truthfully my first budget that I'm going through, and I don't know if 3,000.
Chair recognizes the honourable member for Fort Charles.
The clock is stopped. Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I would have informed this honourable House that the Cabinet had approved $1.2 million to purchase electric vehicles. The manufacturer, it's called Easy Car. The charging stations are being constructed as have been designed and are being developed on the campus of the Ministry of Works. So that allocation has already been made by the Cabinet. The negotiations and tendering has taken place with Easy Car, and we hope that those vehicles, once the charging stations are built, will be, and physical planning is one of them. As you know, for years, there's been a serious problem, not only in physical planning, but throughout the Ministry of Works in terms of paucity of vehicles for the inspectors and other technical teams to go out in the field and do their work, not only here in New Providence, but also some of those vehicles will be sent to various family islands as well.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, I heard 120 vehicles. I didn't hear how many are going to the Department of Physical Planning, though. Has that been calculated yet? Is the need known?
Some of them, I don't have the exact number with me. I would undertake to provide it. But certainly physical planning is included in the number of vehicles which provision for which have been made by the Cabinet conclusion.
Thank you, honourable member.
Okay.
Do you?
I'll come back to that as I continue. Okay. Housed often in an outpost on their own, not within the main Ministry of Works building, they are understaffed and undertooled. Each year actively having to review hundreds of applications, if not thousands, ranging from severance, business licensing, zoning applications, and various inspections. We are not looking out for the best interests of constituents, Madam Speaker, living in residential communities and business persons seeking a competitive advantage when we hold back tools and resources from the departments that review and approve and inspect the developed physical landscape of our archipelago. The Department of Physical Planning is charged with reviewing, processing, and inspecting applications for land use plan, zoning bylaw, minor variance approvals, site plan approvals, that's all of your construction, architectural design, all of your construction, subdivision approvals, Pinecrest, severance approval, that was in one of the previous pages I took out. Business license approval. Before anyone can develop, they must obtain one or more of these approvals. And the definition of development under the Planning and Subdivision Act, Madam Speaker, means the carrying out of any building operation, engineering, or other operation in, on, over, or under land, the clearing of land. That's something that most people don't realize. You can't just go on your own property and clear your land. If it's vacant land, overgrown land, you should have approval from the Department of Physical Planning under the Planning and Subdivision Act to do that. The severance and subdivision of land into 4 or more lots, or the making of any material change in the use of otherwise of the land or building, structure or part thereof, and includes outdoor uses, in addition to, or the constructing, erecting, placing, relocating, altering, or replacing of a building or structure or part thereof. So there's quite a bit that when that Planning and Subdivision Act came into effect, took into consideration and brought it under their jurisdiction. It's an underestimated department, Madam Speaker. More important to the success of our country and the promise of a prosperous future is the release of a national land use plan and land use policies. When I spoke about Lee Kuan Yew earlier and the successes that Singapore has achieved, those successes have been in very large part due to their early involvement of land use planning and strategic land use policies and the discipline exercised in following them. They started at the same time as us, 1965. We started in 1973 as an independent nation. You can look online to see the comparisons between where they are and where we are. We haven't gotten to where they are yet, but we're coming up to that 50th year mark. Prime Minister Davis will lead us. Prime Minister Davis.
The chair recognizes the honourable member.
If I may, I'll make this brief. I don't know if the honourable member want to go there. Singapore could be commended for some things, but let's take it in its totality. We have a country of over 292 years of unbroken democracy, where the people have changed government in a peaceful way. We have had a dark history in this country, but there's never been a tyrannical government or an authoritarian state. I think we should put all the facts out there while we compare Singapore to the Bahamas.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, I would invite you to consider asking the member from Pinewood, who is a representative of this country, of this Bahamas, this government, to withdraw the fact that he just described the country of Singapore as being a tyrannical country. No, you didn't say authoritarian. You said tyrannical. Tyrannical. That's what you said. I don't know why you stood up to say that, but as the representative of the government of this Bahamas, you may want to consider what Minister of Foreign Affairs thinks of your describing them as being tyrannical. I'm not out to pardon anybody. No. Wiltshire said authoritarian, you said tyrannical. Point is, Madam Speaker, it's a democratic republic. They have elections, same cycles that we do. Point is, the land use plan that in this country, we need to give more attention to it. Rather than identifying names, we need to identify the discipline, Madam Speaker. They had a land use plan and they stuck to that land use plan. In the Bahamas, however, we experience almost the complete opposite. What is approved is what people ask for in the Bahamas, not what we have planned for. In too many instances, we are reacting to actions already underway. While serving as chairman of the Town Planning Committee, I learned the saying, act first, ask later. That saying hits the nail square on the head, Madam Speaker. That undisciplined, disloyal, flagrant disregard for the rule of law is what is wrong with our country today. It happens all over the New Providence and by all manner of people, government and citizens alike. I clearly recall immediately east of Graham Acres in the constituency of St. Anne's, there's an area of land that was clear-cut, destroying a dense native forest. Tree life, wildlife was completely wiped out without the requisite development approval. This was an area larger than the Bahamas National Trust property on Village Road, and it was the first case of act first, ask later. Actually, Madam Speaker, it was a case of ask first, get refused, act anyway, and ask again later. Complete disregard for the law, what I would say was wild development. And Madam Speaker, this is a Google image of the land that was cleared down. That would have been filled with wildlife, filled with native coppice. The people were told not to go in there and develop, and they still went in there with mass heavy equipment machines, and today haven't been back, but it's been completely decimated. Another case of act first, ask later that comes to mind is Pinecrest subdivision, where clear cutting and construction began before the developer even had title. This is about the rule of law, Madam Speaker, and the commitment that we have as Bahamians under the Constitution. The fact that something's gone so far doesn't dismiss it. Another case of ask first, ask later that comes to mind is Pinecrest subdivision, where clear cutting and construction began before the developer even had title. To this day, Madam Speaker, the subdivision approval and environmental studies have not been tabled in this honorable House. Faster than such approvals and studies can be tabled, the permanent secretary for the Ministry of Works is said to have been relocated. The Graham Acres case was an example of wild development, but how Pinecrest went down was the Wild West.
Members, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Fort Charlotte.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. With respect to the Pinecrest subdivision, physical planning, building control, which are the two, as well as the utility companies, water and sewage, BPL, BTC, all would have given their permission. Also, with respect to building control, the inspection with respect to electrical and plumbing infrastructure would have been carried out prior to the issuance of occupancy certificate for the 3 residents who would have received keys. Also, as part of the due diligence by the civil design section of the Ministry of Works, there would have also been approval would have been granted for a drainage infrastructure. So as far as the Ministry of Works are concerned, the requisite approvals would have been given with respect to Pinecrest.
Thank you, honorable member.
Madam Speaker,
To my knowledge, madam, no, just on a point of order, just to clarify, to my knowledge, I spoke with the permanent secretary this morning, and he's very much in post.
Thank you, honorable member. You may continue, honorable member.
thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a final case of act first, ask later has been seen in the Carmichael area. where citizens have brought to the public's attention large-scale illegal land clearing. And Madam Speaker, what is still seen by the public, hopefully someone, because they love to stand when I'm talking, will stand after this. And what is seen by the public as illegal harvesting of our native pine forests for a coal industry, primarily consumed and or exported by foreign nationals. Quiet. 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 Boy, that might have been the only 60 seconds I didn't get an interruption, Madam Speaker. Man, that's all over the news, and nobody's talking. Madam Speaker, I was counting on this administration and this sunshine budget to properly finance the Department of Physical Planning. I was counting on this administration and the sunshine budget to properly finance the Department of Physical Planning. There is huge potential for sustainable development, growth, and opportunity in this country if we financially support proper planning. When the Planning and Subdivision Act came into effect in 2010, work should have begun on preparing a land use plan and land use policies. It didn't, and despite a court order in 2019 ordering that it be prepared, it remains outstanding. And prior to my departure as chairman of the Town Planning Committee, a draft land use plan was completed. The public rollout is the next step, and there would be costs involved in the rollout and consultation process. There would be ongoing costs in coming years to review any adjustments that would evolve with land use demands. There would also be costs involved in what should be an expanded department with jurisdiction over planning of infrastructure, planning and oversight of housing, planning and oversight of residential and commercial development, planning and oversight of industrial development, and planning over protection for and cultivation of our forests and green spaces. Jobs and careers can be created in planning and our future secured with sustainable land development and sustainable land management. What needs to be done before the next budget is the rollout of the land use plan and the land use policies. Hopefully the ministry can find the money to do this, or the minister can make adjustment to the budget to account for this before he gives his contribution. New Providence has seen many changes, Madam Speaker, and much development since the creation of the 1968 land use plan. This is a pre-independence plan. No new plan in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas since 1968. I hope you all hear that. No plan. Y'all talking again? I asked you all about illegal land clearing and coal, and no one had nothing to say. And now you want to tell me my history? I know my history. You don't need to ask me what I was. I know who I am.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for North Eleuthera.
Now, I'm sure the honourable minister, the member, Mr. White, you haven't been out to Carmichael Road, because I'm sure if you went out there lately, you can see water and sewage signs are out there with no trespassing signs. So if you want to go after Parliament, we can do that. But signs, we're clearly doing something out there.
Thank you, honourable member.
The signs are on the road. People have drones. There's videos circulating around. If there's a reason for the activity on Carmichael Road other than the erection of signs, please interrupt me with that information. The public would like to know. And look where that has left us, Madam Speaker. No new plan since 1968. We now have limited land for new development, and we regularly drive through a dilapidated city center. There has been overdevelopment and improper development in many areas and limited enforcement. Our enforcement and interagency collaboration must be more unified. We made a commitment, Madam Speaker, under the Constitution to be unified. We need a new vision for housing, a new vision for the structure and location of commercial districts, public parks, transportation, and protected areas. The rising population in our capital directly impacts infrastructure capacity and we are running out of space for further future development. Vacant buildings and crumbling infrastructure contribute to illness, violence, and in New Providence, the breakdown of social networks and capital. In a draft land use plan that was produced in the months before the last election, there were 273 vacant abandoned buildings that were identified in the city of Nassau. That number, Madam Speaker, is likely now down to 271 since the demolition of a fire-damaged structure on Cumberland Street last month and the demolition of a fire-damaged structure on Bay Street in 2021. From a planning perspective, these unoccupied buildings are aesthetically unpleasing and hazard areas to pedestrians that weaken our national product. New Providence is expected to experience increases in population and decreases in land availability. A national policy we need to rethink is our land use. Housing developments will need to be built upwards and historic buildings reused with sustainable designs by new developers or demolished. Tax abatement structures and other incentives to revitalize dilapidated areas are likely needed. Areas suitable for major industry projects and other commercial activity must be identified in our family islands with incentives and infrastructure provided to alleviate the population density in New Providence, which to date is not being proactively addressed. We also have to remember about the homeless in New Providence. There is a need for more permanent and supportive housing so persons with mental health issues can receive care, and those capable can be connected to employment opportunities. These planning matters were obvious issues that the country must confront. This 2022 budget, however, gives a department allocation to the Department of Physical Planning that is the lowest of all departments except the Department of Archives and the Department of Statistics. The Department of Public Prosecutions has more than twice the budget. Imagine, as a nation, we budget to spend more on prosecuting our people than we do on planning for our people. The total budget for this department, which I said before, is responsible for zoning approval, minor variance, site plan, architectural design, subdivision, severance, and business license approval, will only receive $953,000 under the upcoming budget, $953,666 to be exact. That's less than $1 million for a department that, whether we appreciate we need a land use plan or not, we acknowledge deals with all of those applications on a daily basis.
The chair recognizes the honorable
Wish to clarify that with respect to the Department of Physical Planning, it is part of the Ministry of Works. And the staff in other areas of the Ministry of Works are deployed to that department, as is being done now to accommodate the appeal tribunal. Secretarial support and other support, as well as legal support, are being deployed. So the budget to the department is not exclusive, or the line to the department is not exclusive to the resources which are now being deployed to that department, and which will continue to be the case.
Thank you, honorable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will, however, use my experience to work with the Minister of Works to improve our planning capabilities and increase the resources of the Department of Physical Planning. Thank you very much, sir. Finally, Madam Speaker, I'll go deeper into the budget to show how it misses the mark. And I was shocked online on page 121 with the line item under street lighting under the Ministry of Works and Utilities. In a matter of 30 minutes, I traveled 4 roads in my constituency and counted 18 street lights that needed bulb replacement. Based on that assessment, I can safely conclude that there are at least 270 street lights in my constituency in need of bulb replacement. Times that by 39 constituencies, and it comes out to over 10,000 street lights needing bulb replacement in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And that is as of today. Tomorrow it will be more, the day after even more, until they're replaced.
On a point of order,
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Fort Charlotte.
In my contribution, I will elaborate. There was, in September, a procurement process under the Caribbean Development Bank for LED lights. That particular procurement has been changed, and the government has assumed and has just finalized a commitment for the supply of LED lights for all of the public roads in New Providence as well as the Family Islands. The challenge was that pursuing the LED light solution, many of the existing lights, the parts had become obsolete and difficult to obtain. Because of the delay in implementing the LED lights, BPL was able to secure on a purely provisional basis some parts to service some of these lights. But under this budget, based on the LED light arrangement, all of the lights in New Providence will be upgraded to LED as well as the Family Islands. And I will give more details during my contribution.
Thank you, honorable member. You may continue on.
I appreciate that, member for Fort Charlotte. There's a lot of constituents in St. Anne's that are regularly calling to identify the street lights that are out. And if relief is coming, hopefully it happens. Otherwise, future budgets should have something allocated in case the contracts don't come through. So, Madam Speaker, another area of this budget and this fiscal package is the reductions that are happening on customs duties. And there is a 20% reduction on the importation of roof trusses. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, there's still time to correct it, but unfortunately, we have an industry in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, a section of the construction industry that participates in manufacturing roof trusses. There is a company in Grand Bahama, and there is a company in New Providence. And if this government allows that 20% reduction to continue on the importation of roof trusses, then we will find those businesses are pushed out of the market and will likely close, not only taking away the Bahamian opportunity there for the persons employed, for the skilled individuals that actually build and design these, but also an industry in the Bahamas should never be pushed out of its own country, Madam Speaker. We need to protect the industries. We're not known, besides tourism and financial services and a little bit of agriculture and straw weaving, to be a nation that has multiple industries that we can say we have enough. Let's eliminate this new one. Madam Speaker, I ask that consideration be given and that the proposed 20% reduction on roof trusses be removed. I think that it's already been in the newspapers, and it'll be important if the ministers could, or cabinet could reach out to the companies involved and address the issue with them satisfactorily. Madam Speaker, another area that comes under this budget and this fiscal planning package that struck me was the export sales, which will now be subject to the 10% VAT. I know that this administration is looking to put VAT on everything. 10% VAT hadn't been put on products coming out of the Bahamas being sold overseas. That was opening up wider international markets to Bahamians participating in industries where they could have products that would be exported. However, now with the 10% VAT put on such sales, my hopes of seeing this new entrepreneur that we all heard about, Alexio Gibson, whose business is Transformation Factory, and he recently appeared on the final season of Shark Tank on ABC. That's a business that specializes in the sale of sea moss gel. It's a blend that's sold as a gel for numerous health benefits. And in the first year, probably a little over 6 months, he was able to complete $3.5 million in sales in less than a year. The history that he made inspired thousands throughout the United States and more here in the Bahamas, including myself, that heard about it and saw it. The business operates out of the US for now, with most of its sales being online. I, however, Madam Speaker, manage the Transformation Factory founder, Mr. Gibson, could set up an operation here, and we could celebrate as a nation by supporting more Bahamians getting into this business. Instead of celebrating and encouraging the industry to relocate and expand in the Bahamas, this New Day government has imposed a 10% VAT on such exports, which will almost certainly convince Mr. Gibson and his company to continue operating in the US. Madam Speaker, that's another opportunity lost, another future squashed. Madam Speaker, I'm going to begin to wrap up. I still have 17 more minutes. Another detail in the budget that stood out to me as being inadequate was the amount of money that has been allocated for the upcoming budget as it relates to renewable energies. Now, what I found is that the Prime Minister, member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, confirmed that the country remains committed to meeting that 30% dependency on renewable energies by 2030. However, when you look at this budget, Madam Speaker, the amount of money set aside for getting us closer to that mark is found on page 210, and it's under the subline Energy Restoration and Renewable Energy. And the amount they have there is $500,000. So while we're going around the world, I'll leave that there because I know that's sensitive. While we're going around the world, what we're doing here in the Bahamas in writing is making a commitment of $500,000. We could be doing a lot more, Madam Speaker, considering we have 5 million more going to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and 4 million more going to travel. Only 500,000 going to our commitment that we brag about, which is to renewable energy of 30% by 2030. Madam Speaker, the final point that I'm going to raise in relation to the budget hits home because it's a personal public issue. This government has given out Christmas money and increased pensions to public servants. They have an outrageous consultancy budget of $60 million, but they haven't removed VAT off breadbasket items.
The chair
and they are
recognizes
leaving
the
our
honourable
parks
member
out of
for Charlie.
operation.
Yeah, and this is on a point of order. The honourable member would have seen under head number 21, which is the Ministry of Finance, page 206. And it's at item 2822007, Energy Restoration and Renewable Energy. And it has been increased from 9 million to 26 million for this year. And in addition to this, the honourable member would have would recall that there's been a grant from the European Union of $9 million. That's my recollection. And there are a number of other provisions made dealing primarily with renewable energy.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, the amount that I called is still found on page 210, but thanks to the minister, thanks to the minister, I also note that amount under the Ministry of Finance. It must be going to the ministry eventually, or does the Ministry of Finance carry out renewable energy exercises?
I think
Chair recognizes the honourable member for Fort Charlotte.
As is the case with all ministries, we work in concert with the Ministry of Finance. And the Ministry of Finance would be the executing agency for most of the multilateral sources of funding, that is through the IDB, the Caribbean Development Bank, the European Union. So it's really working in concert with the Ministry of Finance.
Thank you, honourable member.
I'm obliged, Madam Speaker. So while we have the increases to public servant pensions, the consultancy budget of 60 million, we haven't removed VAT off breadbasket items. And Madam Speaker, when we did the VAT budget debate, the VAT amendment bill budget debate, this was a picture that I produced. This is standard breadbasket items. Every Bahamian family is going to see these items on their shelves. Whether we think that they're the healthiest or not, you look on your shelf, you're going to find some of these items. And for most of us, and many of us, this is what we look to rely on to ensure we can feed our family. A lot of quick meals in this image. Can this administration tell me, can anybody in this room tell me which of these items now has had VAT removed from it? If you can tell me any item which now has VAT removed from it, I'll place a red tag on it so that the public knows. No one's telling me any VAT on these has been removed. Now, can any member tell me which of these food items has now gone down in price since the government slapped them with VAT? Can anybody tell me which of these items is reduced in price since VAT was slapped on them? I got my yellow sticky. Any? None. That's what I thought. And Madam Speaker, my other question is, has this government constructed any new public parks since they came into office? Madam Speaker, there's not one. There's not one new public park that they built in 8 months. Now, Madam Speaker, in 8 months' time, in eight months' time, what do we have coming up this weekend? We have Labor Day. We know that a number of the persons that work in the unions, that work in our different industries and are members of unions have children. Holiday weekends, we go out to the beach. What are we going to be able to do when we go to the beach and we find the dilapidated structure you can now see in this picture? This is not some display of different shapes in a primary school project. This is actually a structure that should have a completed slide at the front of it so that when the children walk up the steps here, Madam Speaker, they can then enter this circular hole and slide down the slide and continue around all day long while the parents are in eyesight, arm's reach away. They can remain occupied doing this. How, after 8 months, is this still the condition of our public parks? Now, Madam Speaker, I don't know where Cabinet meets today, but I know that the Prime Minister drives to the office of the Prime Minister regularly. I know that Cabinet sometimes uses the office of the Prime Minister, but when they go past Goodman's Bay, Madam Speaker, this is an image. You could go out to Goodman's Bay today and you'll find this on the ground. What kind of disrespect do we hold for our people when we can continue to allow
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
To remain on the ground like this?
On a point of order. On a point of order, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Fort Charlotte.
The rules need you to identify the breach of the rule book that I've made. I'm going to continue on until they have their act together.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order. Madam Speaker, on a point of order. Madam Speaker, the honourable member is well aware that when the Public Beach and Parks Authority in September, there were outstanding contracts of approximately $14 million, a little over $14 million had to be secured because those contracts were unfunded, no provision had been made, about 14 million above the budget. The honorable member and chairman has done a magnificent job because you really had hundreds of contractors who had to be paid, and there is still about $1 million outstanding, which under this budget will be paid. And therefore, Madam Speaker, this authority, faced with really something that I'd never seen in my lifetime, and was able in a very systematic way to deal with those contractors, most of whom have been satisfied for the work that they did. So there is work to be done, and under this budget, you will have, as the honorable member will lay out in his contribution, additional parks which are being scoped now, as well as a more robust rehabilitation of the existing parks.
Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You may continue.
Madam Speaker, putting something in writing in a budget doesn't mean we know when it's going to happen. It's been 8 months. You saw that Patelco phone book. You saw the beach at Saunders Beach. This, again, is at Goodman's Bay. Now, you might think this is a nice artist painting, ideal setting, young child on the swing. But when you look closer, this is the only swing out of 6 swings that's operable. Now, I don't care how many parks you put in the budget to build. These swing seats cost roughly $230. Someone needs to get these swings back operable for the Labor Day weekend. The people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas deserve better.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Mount Moriah.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to address the issue as it relates to the capital works contractors that we owe. The authority, when we came into office in September, found ourselves in more than a pickle, Madam Speaker. The capital works as it relates to park works, we approximately owe about $600,000 in unpaid debts. And so it is very difficult, Madam Speaker, to find capital work contractors to carry out work when we owe them in excess of $600,000 collectively. We are working on that now assiduously for this budget, and we are going to address it. And we have repaired some work on some parts, but it is completely difficult. When we had a depleted budget, I don't want to, beat a dead horse, but we knew that the budget before coming in was $15.2 million. There was cost overrun in the amount of $22 million, and the public is aware of this. The public is aware of the state that we found the Public Parks and Public Beaches Authority. And we're trying to move on. It's a new day. We're going to advance the cause of the Bahamian people, and they will see in short order, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member.
That's fine.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to state for the record, Madam Speaker, in a follow-up to the member for Mount Moriah. As the member for Fort Charlotte would have said and expressed some months ago, the over-budgeting for the Bahamas Public Parks and Beaches Authority is something that has bridged all administrations. There is no doubt that the authority has been underfunded from Jump Street, all right, and that continues to be a challenge. So I just wanted to put that in context. I think it's very important to put that in context that the authority has been underfunded for some time.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Fort Charlotte.
I did indicate that the overspending by the authority could not have been on the authority of the honorable member while he served as chairman because it was above his pay grade. That is what I said. I said very frankly that he did not have the authority as a chairperson of that authority to spend over $22 million. That is what I said. I never said anything about previous administration. I pointed out, in fairness to this honorable member, that decision to overspend was made above his head, and I maintain that to this day.
Thank you, honorable member. Chair recognizes the honorable member.
So to clarify my point, okay? In the budget leading up to the 2017, general election, the authority overspent, was budgeted some $15 million and spent some excess of 20-something million dollars. The authority was started in 2014, which means that when I was appointed chairman, it was only 3 years old. So, again, in 2017, in the 2016-2017 budget, there was some 15 million, but it went over to some 20-something million. The point that I'm making is that this has been a problem from Jump Street that I hope and I trust that this administration will fix going forward. That's the only point I'm making.
Thank you, honorable member.
Madam Speaker, if you don't mind, I would like to continue with my contribution. I'm only asking, you're in charge. You haven't recognized anybody yet.
Be very careful.
My time isn't being affected. It's the Speaker's birthday. Okay? Please. I don't want to be here all night, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honorable.
Madam Speaker, during the pandemic, Madam Speaker, there were over, I would say, approximately 1,000 contractors that were carrying out work during the pandemic period. That would have been the ample time or the best time or the appropriate time for the repair work to be carried out on the parks during that period. During a period when the majority of Bahamians were at home, contractors were still being paid. And so the fact of the matter is there's been several parks, hundreds and hundreds of parks. As we carried our inspections, we discovered that parks were not repaired for months and months and months. And so it's something that we have to address during this period and something that we're prepared to do and will do, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member.
Madam Speaker,
You may continue.
I didn't intend to buy these pictures today. I was actually requested by residents of my constituency to bring these issues forward. I don't care who spent what, who didn't spend what. We're talking about the budget. We got Labor Day weekend coming up. You say there's 600,000 left. You got $4 million going into extra travel. You can't find the people to go out and a little bit of money to fix these things on our public parks for our public weekends. Madam Speaker, this is also in Freetown, Montague, close to St. Anne's. Again, 2 seats just hanging loose. We always think about the contracts that we give out to people to clean the verges, but where's the contract for someone to go around and replace these seats, which we Bahamians love to probably over-suppress with our weight, and they drop through. It's still gonna be a public park. Find someone, contract them, focus on getting the telephone booth removed, focus on getting this rocket ship reconstructed back into a slide, and please let the Bahamian people be satisfied.
Thank you, honorable member.
Point blank. They left the authority broke and in debt. You know, that's the facts.
We left it.
That's the facts.
In September 16th, you've been the government now. You've been able to build homes, and you're still talking about money that's outstanding. You just found money for an increased travel budget of $4 million more. You found $60 million for consultancy budget, and today, Mount Moriah, you're standing up talking about $600+. Put the money where it needs to go in the interest of the Bahamian people. Get these simple issues resolved. Your government now,
address
please
the
fix
chair.
it. Please.
Don't argue with the members.
Fix it.
Address me.
Is it? No, that's not St. Anne's Park. The member of
Member, let's go back to your contribution.
The member of parliament, I'm wrapping up now and I'm coming back into the constituency. It's actually here on my page in bold Times numeral font, increase in constituency capital grant budget. Now, one of my first contributions to this House, I recommended and I suggested that we increase the capital grant budget for each constituency from the current $100,000 to $150,000. And no one stood up and objected. I was expecting, since the government, this new day was in power, we would find an increase in our capital budgets to $150,000. But that hasn't been done, Madam Speaker. And when I look around with my shoes that are already falling apart, I have today had to engage an asphalt man to put pothole fill in from Eastern Road, Sans Souci, all the way down to Culbert's Bay. I've also had to engage someone to replace street light bulbs around the Camperdown stables because they have a summer camp coming up, and it's been months since we reported these to BPL, and those light bulbs haven't been replaced. And in Nassau East North, we saw flooding, Madam Speaker, by Treasure Cove. We saw flooding in that same area that I spoke about in this House before on Adams Street South. We saw flooding in Nassau East North in their park. I'm gonna write the minister directly on that Nassau East Park matter, because to date, when you go there, it's a lush grass park, but that's because it holds so much water. And unfortunately, the homes that surround that park, almost in a complete U, when that park fills up, the water doesn't go down quickly, and their homes are continuously damaged. So we're gonna need some type of evaluation and assessment for that Nassau East North Park, and maybe have some wells put in there. Madam Speaker, I heard also the member from Central and South Eleuthera, Minister for Agriculture, as well as Mr. Major, talk about the work and assistance that's being provided under this budget and the programs that they have at BAIC and also at Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources. What I didn't hear from the Minister of Agriculture or even North Andros and the Berry Islands, and I don't fault you guys for this, but I want it to be known, and probably someone has brought it up before, is that the farming industry is not an easy industry to be in the Bahamas. If you look at any farms in New Providence, you're gonna find farmers that are telling you that theft is a major issue. Whether you're tending to livestock, whether you're growing agriculture. The second those bananas are about to get ripe, you come back the next day, they're gone that night. And Madam Speaker, just having that land isn't sufficient if we really want to promote and protect this agriculture industry. So however, if there's a way that it could be done, we need to look at the overpopulation in the immediate areas of our agricultural farms, and we need to look at providing funding that might secure the perimeters even of these farm properties. Madam Speaker, I have 5 more minutes left. I have 5 more minutes left, and I'm going to use those 5 minutes to come back to my constituency so that I can give my constituents some information on what we've been doing in St. Anne's. But before I do it, I don't think that the House accepted there's a rule against wearing of certain ties of particular colors. That's not quite in the rules there. The Rules Committee is reviewing the rules, so if we want to say, you know, everyone comes to the House in a polka dot tie, you know, if we want to be extremely strict, tyrannical, then maybe we'll restrict the tie. But right now, there's no rule about ties. And before you get up, this is the Minister of National Security, the member from Freetown, and that is a yellow PLP tie. You have to be recognized, sir. It doesn't matter if you say on the podium.
Thank you, Honourable.
Until you're recognized, I'll keep speaking.
The chair
It is
recognizes the Honourable member.
unparliamentary to call the Speaker or any ruling by the Speaker tyrannical.
I didn't say that, and you're out of order to even infer that. What I said is if we want in the Rules Committee to make it a rule, the Speaker doesn't set down the rules. We do it in committee. If we want to, yeah, I use the word tyrannical because the minister of Pinewood said that Singapore was tyrannical. What I'm saying is if we want to dictate how
Honorable
a man
member,
dress,
honorable member.
what I want to say is that, Madam Speaker, if we want to dictate how a man dresses, we can. Some will determine that grown men and grown women don't need to be dictated to on the details of the daily attire. And I do not think, Madam Speaker, that I have offended any rule here. It's been proven that I have not. And for the record, so my learned friend, wherever they may be, can see, this is the minister from Freetown, and this tie here is bright yellow, Madam Speaker. PLP yellow. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I don't think the clock stopped when there was a point of order last time, but I'll work these 3 minutes well. Madam Speaker, I want to give recognition to one of my favorite constituents in St. Anne's, who recently celebrated a birthday, Miss Ida Ferguson. She's a lady still young in her years, and she hails from Dunkirk Lane, and she's one of my favorite persons there. When I was canvassing the constituency with the first time under the last administration, I walked into her house, and when the door closed behind me, there was a beautiful F&M bumper sticker on her back door, and I knew I was home. I knew I was where I needed to be, Madam Speaker. I'd also like to send condolences, Madam Speaker, to the family of Llewellyn Monroe. His mother, Inez Monroe, and the rest of the family are grieving the recent loss of Llewellyn, another man from the great constituency of St. Anne's. And to the constituents, I had mentioned it before, we are continuing to work on replacing the street pole bulbs. We're going to focus on ones that have immediate impact to the summer camp coming up at Camperdown. And we're more confident now that the rest will be replaced in good time. Our flexi contractors are individuals that have contracts in the constituency where they go and address a landscaping need where it's been raised by a constituent. They don't have any fixed section of the constituency to address on a monthly basis. This way, more constituents can have attention given to them in that area. And it's been a great success today and might be something that other constituencies work on considering. I've touched on the potholes and the roads, Madam Speaker. We do have, of course, Village Road that's going to be receiving attention. The Minister of Agriculture made representations giving us expectation that there'll be improvements made to our St. Anne's Fish Market down there at Montague. And there may even be another road planned in St. Anne's to be repaved. God is good, Madam Speaker. I'm feeling very well on your blessed birthday. Madam Speaker, like all parts of New Providence, St. Anne's suffered extensive flooding. Treasure Cove, Adams Street South. I have photographs of those. They're on my Facebook page if anybody wants to see them. But some assessors from the Ministry of Water and Sewage need to go in and check things out because it could just be blockages or it could be areas that flood too severely that there's some other solution. Madam Speaker, we've engaged, or we're looking to engage and get a quote from Bahamas Striping to redo the park in Johnson Road. And hopefully, if we can get that done before the end of June or July, we'll have our traditional basketball tournament where people come from Fox Hill, St. Anne's, and elsewhere. And Madam Speaker, I'm going to wrap up, but I will need 1 more minute if you would grace me on your birthday. Because Madam Speaker, today is the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, her coronation having been on the 2nd of June of 1953. And many in the nation will be celebrating this great accomplishment. Some in here won't speak of it, but will be looking at it online this evening to see just how beautiful the events have unfolded, almost in competition with the ones that I saw today in the lower chambers, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, that brings me to a point where I would love, and I extend pleasant birthday greetings to you. I think that you've taken on a previous insurmountable task which you're handling with grace, and you'll continue to impress me and have my support in here. I know that this birthday will continue beyond these honorable precincts, and that I hope that they go safely and to all of your wishes. Madam Speaker, with it being birthdays, my wife's birthday is on June 4th. So in advance, darling, I love you. Happy birthday on June 4th. I'm in good shape now. Now, and Madam Speaker, I'll close. Even though I have identified some areas in which this New Day budget has missed the mark, I am generally in support of it. I'm in support of our Prime Minister. He's the Prime Minister of our Commonwealth of Bahamas. He's out to do the best job that he can, and I know that his ministers and members of Parliament intend to do so as well. I do recognize that what they're dealing with is in large part by the policies set in place in the last administration. So if they don't impress me with the next budget, Madam Speaker, I ask that you grace me with more leniency and allow me to take them to task. That being said, with those couple of amendments, if they can be made to removing the 20% VAT import duty on roof trusses, keeping that there, keeping that 20% there, and removing that VAT on exported goods, I would be entirely in support. But if we can't, I support this budget, and I thank you very much. I've had a good afternoon. Happy birthday.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Freetown.
When I was out, somebody advised me that the member for my MP indicted me with a bad tie, and I give you my humble mea culpa. I'm guilty, and I hope he joins me in giving the Ramfley Home for Children $200 as punishment for us wearing the wrong tie. Because, Madam Speaker, I've never known an excuse for running the light being someone else also ran the light.
The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just wish to make two very important corrections, right? One, let me on my feet extend my apologies to the member for Fort Charlotte, who I would have misquoted. That was not my intention. Honorable member, I believe we're honorable in here. That was not my intention, so I apologize to you. Lastly, also, I had quoted the figure that the former PLP administration in the lead up to the 2017 election would have gone over budget at the Bahamas Public Parks and Beaches Authority. It was budgeted 15 million, and what was actually spent was 26.1 million. So I just wanted to correct that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honourable...
Madam Speaker.
The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Yamacraw.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I just want to respond to the point that the member for St. Anne's would have, well, he would have alluded to the Ministry of Education not providing uniform assistance, or it being lingered that we may not be providing continuing uniform assistance for students. And this is a undertaking that is done with two ministries, Social Services and the Ministry of Education, which will continue. In addition, this year in January, the school uniform policy was relaxed by the Ministry of Education by circular, and students were allowed and still allowed not to attend school if they don't have a uniform. They're allowed in appropriate attire to attend school without interruption. So I just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Pinewood.
Madam Speaker, I rise to make my maiden budget contribution. And I thank the people of the Pinewood constituency on whose behalf I speak. Madam Speaker, before I get into the budget, Madam Speaker, I don't know the member from St. Anne's personally or a long time, but I know him to be a respectable gentleman. I have not heard anything negative about him, but I would caution speakers in this place with regards to the language we use and stories we tell. And I sat and I listened interestingly to the story of those children who did not want, according to him, did not want to accept the benevolence from the headquarters because they were told by their parents not to vote because they were F&M. Madam Speaker, in New Providence, with the exception of Elizabeth Angliston, people who look like me and the majority in this House have supported the F&M. That cannot be said about other demographics. And I say that against the backdrop that my paternal grandfather, the late Holston LaRoda, was a hardcore UBP who supported Basil Kelly, and the LaRodas and the Kelly family goes way back, even though he was born at a time that they cannot eat in public restaurants or use public facilities. We have a contradictory society of which there are relationships that transcends, and we should be very careful how we tell these stories, in particular, A Nation for Sale. Now, I know that the honorable member was not an adult at that age when the story A Nation for Sale was coming about. And so that story either was told in a political setting or also told at dinner tables. We all discuss these things, Madam Speaker, that do not make us all bad people, or that don't make that we were poisoned by stories that have been told. Madam Speaker, with regards to dilapidated buildings, I concur with the member and members of the opposition who make the point that there are some things that have not been done in the 9 months that the PLP has come to power, have been in power, 8 months. Madam Speaker, I have visited Moores Island, where I am advised, or 90% of crawfish and conch in this country comes from, where the dock that was damaged by Hurricane Dorian in 2019 was built by reclaimed wood and reclaimed nails. I visited Moores Island in October of 2021, 2 years after that fact. We could all go and pick on certain things that are not being done, but we could all be moving back and forth as we tell these stories. I am not one to say that the other side did nothing while in governance. I would be a liar. I am not one to stand here and act as if I have not benefited from not one, but two F&M prime ministers, former Prime Minister Ingram and former Prime Minister Minnis. I will not insult people's intelligence. All I am saying that we can have a decent debate while not getting into certain areas, and I'm not saying that he did it deliberately, but there are some topics that we would want not to get into because there are other stories to be told. Long before the Nation for Sale, the PLP as an organization was a reaction to the times. And we don't want to blame children for what happened under their parents or their grandparents. That's my only point that I want to make, that we as leaders of this country, people are watching. And I'm not asserting malice at all, but there are certain things that are taken, it's said one way and received another way. I will leave that there, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, through you, I wish to thank the residents of the Pinewood constituency for their support. I am forever in their debt, and I vow to represent their interests in this place. Madam Speaker, in particular, one Margaret Berry, the first person who encouraged me on that journey into Pinewood, long before I decided that my journey may take that particular path. And to her and the 13 members of her house, I say thank you for your support. I would also like to thank Tisha McKinsey and the branch that has elected me and worked hard with me along with my supporters. Madam Speaker, my mother, Beverly LaRota Nee Adley, who will turn 79 on November the 5th. I would like to thank my wife, Deidre, who I've been married to for the past 22 years, even though I've only remembered our anniversary this year, for her support that she has given me. Madam Speaker, sometimes people look at us in the state that we are in and we believe that that person was always there. But there are a lot of things that happen in your life to get you to that point. Madam Speaker, this member was born to the union of the late Andal LaRota and Beverly LaRota in Crooked Island Street. I think that's you, St. Barnabas. Raised by his paternal parents, the late Holston and Ethel LaRota de Moss in the quaint settlement of Cripple Hill, Crooked Island, who was also raised by his maternal grandmother, the late Miriam Adley, a maid, Drew Taylor's Lane off Kemp Road, who I would watch in the mornings as she leave with her umbrella to go to work, to come back later, to take care of her grandchildren, who lived, I was born at a time when opportunities were not as available as they are now. Some of the things we take for granted, our parents and grandparents literally sacrifice their all for. And we stand on their shoulders, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, like the member for Marco City, I'm a proud SC McPherson Shark and AF Adley Tiger. And I represent a constituency where the latter are a lot of my former classmates. And to their children and grandchildren, I say, be encouraged, because it matters not where you start. With faith in the Almighty God, hard work and determination, anything is possible. Yes. And I'm sure my story is no different from a lot of members in this place on both sides. Madam Speaker, before I go into the budget, I'd like to do some house cleaning. I would like to send condolences to those families of Pinewood who have suffered the loss of loved ones. It is my prayer that God grant unto them his peace in this most difficult times, and may their souls rest in peace. On a more positive note, Madam Speaker, I would like to extend best wishes to those residents who celebrate special occasions, whether it be birthdays, weddings, or others. Madam Speaker, I'd like to wish those students in my constituency every success. Those who are sitting BJCs or BGCSEs. Special wishes to the staff of Cleveland Enes School, my FAV school as I would refer to them. And I want them to know that the Godfather, a name given to me by the school's vice principal, extends greetings to students, teachers, and parents. Even though it's not in my constituency, a lot of my students attend C.H. Reeves and C.V. Bethel. I extend congratulations to Jordan Clark, who represented Pinewood in the recent Youth Parliament. Well done. Madam Speaker, since being elected, I've attended numerous funerals of Pinewood residents. I've also attended numerous church services in the constituency. I have visited this Cleveland Enes School, where I have donated computers to the computer lab and attended a special ceremony along with the Minister of Education and the member for Angliston for an UNESCO event. It was a very inspiring ceremony. Madam Speaker, I congratulate the principal, Principal Rowell, Vice Principal Gibson, the administrative staff and teachers, head boy Shane Mackey, head girl Jada Jean Louie, deputy head boy Akira Sanders, and deputy head girl Aria Cooper, the prefects and students of Cleveland Enes. Madam Speaker, since elected, we have held numerous functions, including back to school, Christmas, Easter, and a scaled down Mother's Day event due to the vulnerability of a large segment of our mother residents. We continue to provide food vouchers, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Pinewood Urban Renewal Center is now open. I have met with the urban renewal team, and we have plans for the summer and beyond. The small home roof repair program have started, and I encourage those Pinewood residents in need to contact Mrs. Michelle Wood at the Pinewood Urban Renewal Center. Pinewood summer programs, Madam Speaker, will be revealed shortly. Madam Speaker, I've held numerous town hall meetings to lay out the plans for the vision of the community. The Ministry of Work has advised that and updated residents on the pilot program initiative on the way forward to address the drainage problem in Pinewood. Madam Speaker, for the past 2 weeks, it was quite reassuring for me. While the West and the East have had flooding issues, we in Pinewood, who have been the butt of numerous jokes on social media, seem to have fared better than some of these constituencies. And I thank the member for Fort Charlotte and his team for the drain cleaning and also for the paving of I-95, referred to as Bamboo Boulevard, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the roadworks in Pinewood will be revealed at the next town hall meeting scheduled for July 2022. Madam Speaker, we are about to commence our cleanup program, and those residents who have debris and other items that they would like to be removed, I advise them and invite them to contact Ms. Monroe at the constituency office at number 392-5970. Office is open from Monday to Friday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Madam Speaker, I now turn my attention to the budget communication. Madam Speaker, I congratulate the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador for paying attention to detail for the needs of the Bahamian people that was placed in this budget. Madam Speaker, we on this side are known to take care of all Bahamians. It is widely accepted that when we, the PLP, are in power, everybody eats. Madam Speaker, not everybody will be happy. The pie can only be sliced into so many pieces in each budgetary year. We must prioritize our projects and issues. It is my view, Madam Speaker, that the government have checked many of those boxes in the 2022-2023 budget. Madam Speaker, since coming to office, this Davis-led government have taken the necessary steps to put the country on a firm financial footing. The member for Rumkey, Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador took steps to immediately reopen the Bahamian economy while ensuring that health protocols remained in place to address the COVID health crisis. Madam Speaker, the member for Kalani took the necessary steps to stem the spread of the deadly disease and should be commended for his efforts. The early stages of the pandemic were terrifying to many Bahamians from a health perspective. The economic fallout from the pandemic presented a double whammy for Bahamians. It is against that backdrop, Madam Speaker, that the Davis administration sought to balance the opening of the economy while keeping Bahamians safe. We could walk and chew gum at the same time, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the easing of restrictions and the removal of curfew caused the Bahamas to come back roaring economically. Tourism is back. The local economy is rebounding. New businesses are opening. Existing businesses are reopening, and Bahamians are working again. Madam Speaker, I now turn my attention to the agencies under my portfolio. Firstly, Madam Speaker, I am grateful to the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador for the faith that he has placed in me in appointing me to his cabinet. Madam Speaker, I would like to commend the Davis government in general, but specifically for increasing the minimum wage, for taking the steps that will be revealed in due time with regards to an independent parliament. The member from St. Anne's would have mentioned the capital budget increase that he would have recommended from 100,000 to 150,000. I could tell the member from St. Anne's that I met along with the member for Foxhill, the member for Marco City, and Senator Seymour, of which that would have been put in a communication to the other side of what we plan to do in the separation of powers. And I can assure him that if that document was shared or if he had read it, that exact figure that he quoted is being recommended, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also agree with the Member of Parliament for Foxhill that we in this place should get to the point where we do have an independent parliament, where the leader, you, who are the leader, is the leader of the legislative branch, one of three co-equal branch, should not be subservient to another part of the government, and decisions made should be made by the legislative branch itself. Madam Speaker, I long for the day when we have a true separation of power, even though nothing is absolute, because in all democracies, in all forms of government, there are some form of overlapping. I heard in another place, someone was mentioned about the United States, but even theirs is not absolute because their Senate serves as a judiciary in terms of impeaching a president, and the Congress brings the charges. Madam Speaker, taking the Bahamas globally, a lot is made about the budget and the increase of the budget. And I think we should let's take it in the context that it is. We had one government who paid very little attention to traveling. For whatever reason, they may be justified that they wanted to be fiscally prudent and decided that they weren't going to spend in that direction. We have another government who believed that the Bahamas should take its place in the world and that our leaders should explore and expose the Bahamas to the world. Madam Speaker, this Prime Minister, in his travels, we are seeing tangible results of which have been placed at our feet economically and opportunities to come. We know businesses that are coming in. We know conferences that we are hosting, Madam Speaker. So those spending is justified, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would also like to say unequivocally, I make no apologies for being a part of a government that has decided to increase the wages for public sector workers by $56 million. Madam Speaker, I was around at the change of government in 2017, and it is ironic as we talk about public servants. While we 8 months into our governance, there was no issue of wholesale firing of Bahamian workers. I could remember there's a case before the courts now, 24 members of the gaming board. We know people were fired from tourism, gaming board, education, health. Isn't it amazing that in 2022, 8 months in, there's no talk of that? Madam Speaker, the irony in all of this is that I have an agency with 650 members, employees, the National Insurance Board, that has grown by 110 employees between May 21st, 2021 and October 7th, 2021. I leave the math for others. Madam Speaker, while others would have complained about how many people the former Christie government had fired, had made, no, not fired, had actually made P&P. That was a dirty word. How dare the PLP confirm 3,500 Bahamian workers? Here we are in 2022, where the conversation is completely different. Those 110 employees of the National Insurance Board have no fear that there will be wholesale terminations. That is the difference in governance, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to commend the executive teams in the various ministries, in particular, the Permanent Secretary Carl Smith, Ms. Isla Dean, and the leaders of the various ministries. Madam Speaker, I turn my attention to the disaster preparedness, or the DRA. The month of May was designated Disaster Preparedness Month under the theme, Strengthening Community Readiness for a Better Tomorrow. During May, NEMA and other disaster management practitioners coordinated media campaign via radio, television, talk shows, social media platforms, and print media, sharing disaster preparation information in an effort to encourage all residents to take action in preparing for disaster. The month of activities culminating with an exhibition at the Farmers Market site, Gladstone Road. The exhibition provided members of the community with opportunity to see firsthand what public and private entities have put in place in preparation to respond to the various hazards we face in our country, with particular focus on storms. Madam Speaker, yesterday, June 1st, marked the commencement of the 2022 hurricane season. Local and international weather experts have predicted that this year's hurricane season will be above average. Madam Speaker, between 14 to 21 named storms have been forecasted, with 6 to 10 having the likelihood of becoming hurricanes, and 3 to 6 forecasted as major hurricanes. Category 3 or above on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane scale. Hurricane Dorian that impacted Abaco and Grand Bahama in September 2019 is a strong reminder to all of us the need to always be prepared for the hurricane season. The NEMA team has been actively engaged in hurricane and disaster preparation, but this is not just about NEMA or about the government more widely. It is also a task for us as individuals and members of families and communities to prepare and protect ourselves and properties as best as we can. We all have a part to play. Madam Speaker, this morning before we came to this place, I hosted the member from Marco City and the leader of the opposition to a briefing at my office that was attended by Captain Russell, the director of NEMA, the permanent secretaries, both Smith and Dean, representatives from the Defense Force, the Police Force, Social Services, BPL, to give him a first-hand information about the preparedness of the Bahamas when it comes to this hurricane season. During that meeting, the member from Marco City would have made a recommendation that all in attendance agreed with, and that is that all members of Parliament should have that same briefing, in particular the opposition, and we are going to be making preparations for all MPs, in particular those who represent Out Island communities, to be briefed on the state of readiness for this hurricane season. Madam Speaker, I encourage members of the public to take whatever serious and urgent precautions that are necessary to ensure that this hurricane season does not find us in what can be an unfortunate and extremely risky state of unpreparedness and vulnerability. I stress this again because of the importance of preparedness in disaster. Be proactive in preparing for severe weather. Create an emergency plan for your families. Replenish your stock of emergency supplies and take necessary measures to protect property and possessions. Additionally, remain attentive to all advisories and warnings issued by the Bahamas Department of Meteorology. Madam Speaker, the leadership NEMA team has assured me that preparedness and response plans are in place to address likely storm impacts. There's an ongoing collaboration with other key stakeholders in government, the private sector, regional and international organizations to ensure that all critical systems are in place and functioning. The impact of our collective preparation efforts increase our capacity to quickly recover in the aftermath of a storm. We must not allow ourselves to become desensitized to the risk or complacent in our planning. Madam Speaker, the government of the Bahamas, through the National Emergency Management Agency, has been recognized as a leader in operationalizing data, since science and technology to better understand and address multi-hazard risks. This acknowledgement was highlighted when the Pacific Disaster Center was granted the United Nations SASCAO Award for Disaster Risk Reduction at the Global Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction, which took place on the 25th of May, 2022 in Bali, Indonesia. The recognition is for the work the Pacific Disaster Center undertook in producing the Bahamas National Preparedness Baseline Assessment in collaboration with NEMA. Madam Speaker, I've said a lot of words. In short, there was a collaboration with the PDC, and they documented, along with scientific evidence, as I was saying, Mr. Deputy, there was a documentation of the effects of Dorian and the works that was done, and information was retrieved and documented. And the Bahamas choice or recommendation was accepted, and that documentary on evidence provided and information provided in the aftermath of Dorian showed the work that is being done by our agencies in collaboration with other agencies. The assessment provides an analysis of every single family island and family island community, identifying what their main risks are, the hazards they should be preparing for, the island capacity, areas where support with things such as telecommunications, logistics, health services, etc., would be expected in the likelihood of an event. NEMA is in the process of sharing the findings of the National Disaster Preparedness Baseline Assessment with disaster management practitioners and the wider community for use in taking action to mitigate hazard impacts and for updating disaster preparedness and response plans. Mr. Deputy, over the past fiscal year, the National Emergency Management Agency sought to execute its mandated tasks in sensitizing the country to prepare for and respond to emergencies and disasters that may occur. Hampered by local travel restrictions due to the COVID-19 pandemic, NEMA was limited in its abilities to get into the family islands to further build capacities through training at the community level, particularly where hands-on face-to-face interaction were necessary. Over the past year, NEMA, in collaboration with local communication providers, namely Foresights Communication, Varsity Communication, and Marine Tech, was able to install VHF radio base stations, and repeaters in 16 islands and 36 communities to support the local emergency network, communication network. NEMA is also working in collaboration with the Royal Bahamas Police Force and Multimedia Technologies Limited to further integrate Marco Alert System as a part of its early warning and alerting mechanism. NEMA was able to acquire a state-of-the-art multimedia system to enhance the operation at its National Emergency Operations Center. The multimedia system proved to be invaluable as it enabled the agency to conduct its meetings virtually with the Disaster Management Committee, conduct training sessions with Family Island administrators and local disaster consultative committees, and remain engaged with regional and international partners for training and capacity building and knowledge exchange opportunities. In collaboration with partners from the U.S. Northern Command and the Pacific Disaster Center, NEMA successfully conducted its annual tabletop exercise titled Restore Island Keys, RAC acronym. This exercise aimed to strengthen the communication links between Family Island Disaster Consultative Committee Command Centers and the National Emergency Operations Center in New Providence. With grant support from the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, SEDEMA, the Organization of American States, and Cable Bahamas, NEMA was able to procure equipment and conducted a series of Community Emergency Response Team, CERT, training sessions for persons in the tourism sector. In partnering with Blue Hill Estates Homeowners Association and Neighborhood Crime Watch, 2 such training sessions were held at Chapel on the Hill. Participants included residents from Blue Hill Heights, Harold Road Heights, Pride Estates, Blue Hill Heights Neighborhood Watch. Through a U.S. government-funded program, NEMA was able to acquire a series of flood water rescue boats and associated gear to support rescue operations during emergencies or disasters. The equipment have been delivered to 12 islands, namely Abaco, Auckland, North Andros, Bimini, Cat Island, Crooked Island, Eleuthera, Exuma, Grand Bahama, Long Island, Mayaguana, and New Providence. Mr. Deputy, there are approximately 143 facilities that have been inspected and approved as shelters in the Bahamas. 19 are in New Providence, and 124 is located throughout the Family Islands. Mr. Deputy, there's an allocation of $1 million in the 2022-2023 capital budget for hurricane precautions, and the sum of $500,000 is allocated in the recurrent budget for NEMA. I turn my attention now to the Disaster Reconstruction Authority. The DRA's chairman, board of directors, and staff have been working diligently to revamp the authority. It began with the human resource complement, where necessary new talent has been recruited. Mr. Deputy, while the priority remains to get to the bottom of some questionable transactions of the DRA, the focus is on implementing reconstruction solutions and sourcing funding for those people still affected by Hurricane Dorian. The final financial statements of the DRA for the period 2019 to 2021 will be finalized shortly. Once completed, the financial audit report will be tabled in this honorable House in compliance with the Act. The forensic audit initiated at the DRA is still ongoing, and once the audit report is completed, it will also be tabled in the House. Mr. Deputy, I just want to say that the first audit that I spoke about was a company chosen by the former administration, and I just want this House and the public at large to know that whatever is found in that report, it was selected by the previous administration, and we allow them to finish their work. I just want to make that abundantly clear, Mr. Deputy. The DRA is gearing up to launch a new and improved small home repair program. While there have been some delays in bringing relief to those who were affected by Dorian, an internal audit of the small home repair program is also being conducted. This will include a reassessment of damages for those currently in the program. Repair works will commence shortly with a goal of closing homes at the earliest. Mr. Deputy, the development team is being rebuilt to more effectively engage in grant writing and fundraising. Once successful, the DRA will be able to tap into external streams of funding to assist in executing its mandate. Mr. Deputy, the development of the National Reconstruction and Recovery Plan is a priority of the DRA. It is the highest best practices and standard operating practices for managing the reconstruction response in the aftermath of a major disaster. The DRA is also revamping the debris management sites. Drone technology has been utilized to get accurate volumetric data on each site. This allows the DRA to operate with proper information relating to the amount of debris present on each site. The DRA has already moved to implement proper site inspection and evaluation of invoices to ensure contractors meet the reporting guidelines of contracts. Mr. Deputy, I resist that temptation, but I have made a deliberate effort that whatever the report says, we will lay that and the public will make its own determination as to what was done or what was not done. The DRA has received funding to facilitate payment to vendors and contractors relative to the small home repair program. All outstanding sums will be settled over the next 4 weeks, and that was in response to the member for East Grand Bahama, who made a passionate and fair plea on behalf of members affected in his community. I've also spoken to the Minister of Grand Bahama. I've spoken to East Grand Bahama, Central Grand Bahama, and Marco City, and made them aware of what the situation is, and hopefully that matter will be sorted out shortly. West Grand Bahama, well, we talk to West Grand Bahama with everything. For 2022-2023 budget period, the sum of $1,744,386 has been allocated in the recurrent budget, and $1 million have been allocated in capital budget for the Disaster Reconstruction Authority. Mr. Deputy, I now turn my attention to the National Insurance Board. Firstly, Mr. Deputy, I'd like to congratulate Ms. Sonia Gill, who has been appointed as the Director of the National Insurance Board. Ms. Gill is a NIB lifer who would have spent close to 30 years at that agency and knows the agency very well. Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy, I would just like to say that this is the first time in a long time that NIB has a director who has come up in the system. And we, apart from that appointment, we have appointed as Deputy Director Ms. Sherelle Sanders and Mr. Jeff Monker, also individuals who have been at the National Insurance Board a very long time. Mr. Deputy, it is the view on this side that, and almost to the chagrin of a lot of our supporters, that we try to make decisions notwithstanding the politics, even though it could cause us, in some cases, politically. I would have spoken to the former Minister for National Insurance Mr. Shane Gibson, on of some of these individuals. And even he would have said, while he don't know their politics or he didn't even ask, it is important that we reward people who came up in the system. And so those who are just starting could aspire to one day lead the organization as these three individuals are at this time. And so it gives hope. And so when you promote from within, Mr. Deputy, to director and deputy director, those individuals are coming up. So that is 3 positions that will become available. And hopefully we look first in-house to see who we can promote into those positions. And so that increases the morale of the organization when they could see people who came into the institution like them moving up in the institution. Mr. Deputy, the Bahamas will celebrate its 50th anniversary next year as an independent nation. So too, the National Insurance Board, in just 2 short years, will be celebrating 50 years of Social Security administration in the Bahamas. This is no small accomplishment, Mr. Deputy. However, Mr. Deputy, if there's one thing that is coming out of national insurance and to the exact extent at ZNS and BIS, these agencies that have family island locations, I think we must be sensitive to those islands, Bimini, Abaco, Grand Bahama, Eleuthera, where it is almost said in unison that the organizations seem to be Nassau-centric. And that is across the political divide, that they feel like they are second-class citizens. And as it relates to the National Insurance Board and those agencies that I'm privileged to have carriage, I have visited the National Insurance Board in Grand Bahama 4 times. I have personally listened to the concerns of those individuals there. We are trying to solve the issues of promotions, of raises, of upward mobility. I've visited by myself and also with the chairman of the National Insurance Board, Mr. Philip McKinsey. And I want those employees of the National Insurance Board, NEMA, BIS, and ZNS, all agencies that I have visited, to know that we hear your cry, and although the wheel is not moving as fast as you would like to, or even we would like to, that we will pay attention and try to correct those measures. And in this term, that perception that the family islands are treated as second-class citizens would be greatly diminished. Mr. Deputy, over the past 48 years, NIB has delivered benefits to the insured and their dependents, provided assistance to those unable to qualify for NIB benefits, and currently meets its obligation to pay over 43,000 pensioners some $25 million each month. Throughout this time, NIB has weathered many economic challenges, perhaps 2 of the greatest, Hurricane Dorian and the COVID-19 pandemic within the last 3 years. At this pivotal time in its history, NIB is reminded of its vision to be recognized as a reliable and sustainable financial support system that consistently delivers on its promises. It is on this vision that NIB charts the way forward in 2022 to ensure that Social Security benefits are available for another 50 years and beyond. Mr. Deputy, the National Insurance Board is presently finalizing its financial statements for the fiscal period that ended December 31st, 2021. The results of 2021 confirm that the economy is in recovery mode after the unprecedented results of 2020. Towards the end of 2021, contributions income continued to grow. And at the end of the year, there is an increased contributions compared to 2020 of approximately $25 million. The road to recovery continues, and if we are able to keep our economy open, we expect 2022 revenue to be just short of pre-pandemic levels. The realization of this is highly dependent on the COVID-19 virus and whether we as a people do the responsible thing to keep the spread of the virus under control. I urge all Bahamians to be vigilant and careful as we interact with each other and to avoid a repeat of 2020, a year in which the impact of COVID-19 on the fund was some $150 million. At December 2021, the fund has total assets of $1.5 billion. While this is a significant amount, as this is a pension fund and it is evaluated on the long-term horizon, the reality is that reserves are expected to decline sharply in the next few years if we fail to put reforms in place. One essential reform reiterated in the most recent and referenced previous actuarial review is an increase in the contribution rate. Mr. Deputy, the Prime Minister had made a position, and the position of the government is that we will not visit that at this time until we have put our workers, in particular those at the lower level, in a position, and those businesses as they recover, in a position to do such an absorption. But, Mr. Deputy, these are the facts, and facts are a stubborn thing. The National Insurance Scheme does not function independently of the national demographics. Population projections are largely impacted by the fertility rate, mortality rate, and the rate of migration. Demographic trends in the 11th actuarial report indicate low fertility and mortality rates with steady migration. In a social security system where contributors and employees pay to the fund pension benefits, women having fewer children coupled with an aging population means that there are less individuals to meet the benefit demands of the scheme. As an illustration, in 2000, there were 12.5 persons in the working age group for every person of pension age of 65 plus. And this number is expected to drop to 3.9 workers per pensioner by 2040. In summary, the amount paid in benefits is increasing, the number of persons contributed to the scheme as a ratio is decreasing, thus the need for an increase in the contribution rate. The proposed rate of 1.5 to 2% with subsequent increases every 2 years for a period is being considered. NIB's 8.8% contribution rate has remained unchanged since the inception of the National Insurance Board program in 1974, with the first and only increase of 1% being made in 2010 with the inclusion of the unemployment benefit. The 11th actuarial evaluation of the National Insurance Board as of the 31st of December 2018 offers additional reform options, including the modification of the pension accrual rate, the modification of the retirement age, and modification of the funding of the assistant benefits. These could be funded by the government. Again, these are the recommendations that have been made in the actuarial report. The government has made no decision as to when or if they would be implemented. The Prime Minister has decided that this government will not, at this present time, deal with the increases. I would like to say, Mr. Deputy, for those of the public, in particular the media, In due time, we will review the full actuarial report that has been presented to the National Insurance Board, and it provides a sobering account of where we are when it comes to national insurance. And at some point in time, the public will understand, and I'll just draw some simple realities. In the National Insurance Board Fund, over $500 million is listed as real estate assets. And the reality is, if you look at some of these buildings, what they were built, the price of what they were built at, if they were to be sold today, a government building, notwithstanding the value and the price, but actually the usability and the practicality of it, we may find that what is on the books and what is in reality may not be the same figure. While these reform options will lessen the financial pressure on NIB in the long term, the increase in the contribution rate cannot be circumvented. NIB is considering all options on the table in the current socio-economic climate and is committed to securing the long-term viability of the fund that is so critical to the lives of so many Bahamians. At present, I quoted the number of 43,000. This number will only grow, Mr. Deputy. It is also important to note and to underscore that the proposed contribution rate increase, which directly impacts the amount collected from employers and employees each month, is distinct from the biennial adjustments to pensions, grants, and the wage ceiling. This occurs automatically every 2 years as a result of amendments made to the National Insurance Act in 2010. Biennial adjustments to pensions and grants introduced in 2012 is based on the change in the retail price index in the 2 previous calendar years prior to the adjustment year. The biennial adjustment introduced in 2014 to the wage ceiling is based on the change in the retail price index in the 2 previous calendar years plus 2%. The adjustment to pensions and grants determine the amount paid out to the claimants in benefits and assistances, while the adjustment to the wage ceiling establishes the maximum amount of weekly wages on which contributions are paid. As of July 2022, the insurable wage ceiling will increase from $710 to $740, making it possible for earnings up to $740 per week to be insured, while simultaneously positively impacting benefits for these higher income earners. Persons earning less than $710 per week will not be impacted by the change in the wage ceiling. Mr. Deputy, NIB is laser focused on its mandate to collect contribution payments in order to make benefit payments for those who contribute to the National Insurance Scheme and for the long-time preservation of the fund. As the country continues to open, employers and self-employed persons are urged to speak with their inspectors to ensure the compliance of their national insurance accounts. NIB will continue to bring employers and self-employed persons who are in arrears or those who have not submitted their contribution statement before the courts. Workers throughout the country can assist by holding their employers accountable. By knowing their contribution history status, NIB has several avenues available to employees to request these records. The first is by signing up for the registrant self-service portal, where each person who have worked in the Bahamas can review their history, their contribution history. To do this, an email request should be sent to registrant@nib/bahamas.com. The second avenue available to persons wishing to review their contribution status is by visiting the customer service department at any NIB local office and request a Know Your Contribution statement. NIB is further urging employers and self-employed persons to sign up and utilize the self-service of ESS portal as the fastest, easiest way to submit contribution statements and make contribution payments on a monthly basis. By utilizing the portal, employers do not have to expend time visiting an NIB local office. Their payments are automatically credited to their account, and their contribution statements are immediately uploaded to NIB's system. More importantly, because employee contributions are posted without delay, contributions are readily available for the processing of benefits. In the latest strategic effort to onboard employers, NIB has targeted some 500 medium to large employers for enrollment. These employers may have up to 500 employees. By targeting these companies, NIB hopes to have contribution statements posted directly into their NIB's administrative system for almost 40,000 workers each month. We are reiterating to all employers that they should be using the ESS portal. The benefit of utilizing the ESS portal are timely posting of employee and employer contribution, timely online payment to employers, improve the timeliness of long and short-term benefit claims processing, less resources needed in the inspectorate, contribution, and compliance departments, eliminate erroneous data being submitted by NIB employers, provide more accurate data for reporting purposes. I turn my attention to the National Insurance Smart Card Renewal Policy. Mr. Deputy, there have been a lot of concern and angst from concerned citizens about their smart cards need to be renewed. And so I'd like to lay out what the policy is. In the mid-year budget report, NIB announced adjustments made to its policy with regard to the renewal of the NIB Smart Card. Just to reiterate, NIB has discontinued the mandatory renewal of cards for children 0 to 15 years old and adults 16 to 59 years whose cards have a photo. The policy change reduces the cost to NIB for the purchase of new cards each year, while also reducing the number of renewal applications submitted to National Insurance, thus created inefficiencies within the registration process. NIB will bring more efficiency to the registration process with the launch of the Easy Renew Smart Card online application for the renewal of NIB smart cards. Persons can go renew their smart card online include persons turning 16 years whose cards do not have a photo ID, persons turning 60 years old who are eligible for a senior card or require an updated photo, and non-Bahamians. The online portal will give applicants the ability to manage and track their application status, eliminate incomplete applications being submitted, and reduce the number of applications submitted with errors or without supporting documents. Mr. Deputy, there are a number of buildings under the remit of the National Insurance Board that require expenditure and capital funds for renovations and repairs. These buildings include in Grand Bahama, Abaco, Eleuthera, where works are imminent. Works will also be undertaken on the Clifford Darling Complex, which is the headquarters, Poinciana Hill Complex, Meeting Street, and the Paul L. Adley Building. Contractors would know that there have been invitations that were placed in the portals, in particular as it relates to Grand Bahama, and in the not too distant future, those services or renovations that will be required in Nassau will also go through the portal process. In conclusion, on national insurance, the online portal is just one of the innovative projects to be rolled out by NIB in 2022. Over the coming months, there will be other announcements which will enhance efficiencies, reduce costs, increase revenue collection, and improve the overall customer experience with NIB. As the social safety net system on which Bahamians have come to rely, our goal is to work with all stakeholders to deliver on the promise that benefits and assistance will be available when needed. While concerns are being posed with regard to the increase in the contribution rate, which will impact employees' business models in the short term, and for employees regarding their retirement, NIB will endeavor to communicate the facts with full transparency. I turn now my attention to the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas. Mr. Deputy, the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas celebrated a broadcasting milestone a few days ago on May 26th. The Radio Bahamas celebrated 86 years of broadcasting. In the audience, I see the three-time member of Parliament for South and Central Andros, and now the executive chairman of the BCB. I would just like to point him out. And he's been given his marching orders with regards to putting the Z back in its rightful place. He is a product of that institution, and the government is looking, depending on him, to go after the other stations. ZNS is the oldest, and they should be chasing us, and that is the charge that has been given to the executive chairman. In a few short months, major events will be observed, such as the 50th anniversary of Bahamian independence, the return of the IAAF Bahamas Relays, and the 50th anniversary of CARICOM. The Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas will continue to play its role in sharing all news and important information. We must ensure that all of these special events are recorded and celebrated, and the National Broadcasting Station, aka ZNS, must perform at the highest level to inform, educate, entertain the Bahamian public. Strides have been made to ensure the BCB is ready to provide wide-ranging broadcasting needs for these national and international special events. The digital upgrade to the news service is estimated at $475,000, and work has begun on that system. The work is expected to be completed by August 2022. The historic building which houses BIS at this time, the original home of Radio Bahamas, requires urgent repairs. The cost estimate for the roof is around $411,000, and an additional $2 million is needed to complete the needs of the interior and to return 2 radio stations to that building. Securing the yards and equipment at the substations are estimated as an additional $2 million. Mr. Deputy, notwithstanding the challenges of the past 2 years due to the COVID-19 pandemic, staff of the BCB have embraced the use of technology in new ways of operating. They have begun to return to travel to the Family Islands as well as international markets. Financially, the projected revenues to year ending June 2022 is approximately $3.6 million. The board and management will continue to strive to reduce overall expenses without services to the public. I don't know if I had called the executive chairman by name, but if I did not, Mr. Peiswell Forbes, executive chairman of ZNS. Absolutely. Contract negotiations continue with the Performing Rights Society for the payment of Bahamian music producers and artists. The quality payments were approximately $56,000 in the last agreement, which ended December 2021. No new contract will be agreed until the board and management are satisfied that Bahamian artists and producers are receiving the funds provided for music played on the radio station at the corporation. I think that is very important. It's also showing this government commitment to Bahamian artists and artisans. Mr. Deputy, the corporation continued to engage in shifting its organizational culture to one with a focus on productivity, while simultaneously strengthening its operational structure, including training opportunities for staff, ensuring health insurance is covered, which is a monthly cost of approximately $988,000, and ensuring new revenue opportunities are developed and sought. I think an annual cost of $989,000. The BCB will work with the regulator IRCA to review and guarantee that fair competition is being created for all players in the broadcasting industry. BCB is taking steps to ensure that it is remunerated for its content and intellectual property for revenue generation opportunities, as in the case in recent agreement with the Turks and Caicos. Mr. Deputy, the corporation was granted a subvention of $7 million during the current budget. For the upcoming budget, year 2022-2023, the subvention has been increased to $8.95 million. That is almost a $2 million increase on last year. Since we are keeping totals or keeping scores, ZNS revenue has gone up, subvention. Management continued to finance the pension fund shortfall to allow it to meet its monthly obligation to pensioners of the corporation. The pension plan paid out approximately $3.08 million during the downsizing exercise of 2010. One of the consequences of that decision is that ZNS monthly pension obligations went from $43,000 to approximately $80,000 as pensioners increased to over 89 at this time. Monthly contributions dropped, and with the recent retirees and the pandemic, the pension fund is in even more dire need of attention, as several of those retirees have been with the corporation for over 30 years, and in some cases, over 45 years. Their retirement payments are hefty amounts. Monthly pension payment is now over $111,000. Monthly contribution from staff is estimated at $22.8 thousand and $27,000 from the employer. The corporation is funding the pension fund through the subvention, which causes the corporation even greater challenges in meeting all of its financial obligation. The pension plan is under active review. Mr. Deputy, outstanding amounts to the government corporations such as BTC, BEC, and Water and Sewage is estimated at $2 million. There's an ongoing loan with the National Insurance Board, which at this time has a balance of approximately $3.5 million. The original loan was made in 2015 in the amount of $4.1 million. Monthly payments in the amount of $27,356 continue to be made to NIB directly from the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Deputy, this is also one of those things that is just not sustainable. The use of new technology is forging media professionals to reinvent and upgrade their skills. This includes the platforms for millennials and Gen Z population. The corporation will continue with these efforts for the digital unit at an estimated cost of $60,000. Mr. Deputy, I am optimistic that given the opportunity, ZNS will continue in its leadership role in broadcasting. As the way forward continues to be mapped out, I look forward to working with the Board of Directors, executive team, and the hard-working team of ZNS, of the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas. Mr. Deputy, I turn my attention now to Bahamas Information Services. As I communicated to this House during the supplemental budget debate, our vision for BIS is to transform the communication institution of note into a premier and trusted purveyor of government information across all media communications platforms in real time. The information must be true, factual, unassailable, dispassionate, free of political spin, easily verifiable, and easily accessible by the general public. In the era of fake news and a growing culture of mistrust of government, brought on in part by a culture of misinformation and disinformation, the truth and facts are under attack. So the work of BIS is an important institutional instrument in building public trust. Mr. Deputy, just 8 months ago, there was no public program on the national network, notwithstanding provisions in the Broadcast Act for the allocation of 6 hours per week for the government to communicate to the people on its plan and programs to improve the quality of their lives. We appreciate, Mr. Deputy, that there are budgetary constraints in every government ministry and agency, and BIS is not exempt from these fiscal restraints, but is committed to fulfilling the legal mandate and realizing this vision through capacity building incrementally within the exigencies of the government. BIS has relaunched our flagship, Your Government in Action. The broadcast team is working closely with the Ministry of Agriculture, Marine Resources, and local government to develop programs to inform, educate, and heighten public awareness of the government's policy program to facilitate food security. And that was so eloquently laid out by the sexy Minister of Agriculture. BIS has produced a series of public service announcements for television, radio, and online platforms to support its public campaign of preparedness, like Disaster Preparedness Month in May and beyond. Mr. Deputy, permit me to use our energy sector reform initiative as another example. BIS continues to work closely with government officials, the Inter-American Development Bank, representatives of the Project Execution Unit, Reconstruction and Resiliency in the Energy Sector in the Bahamas program, in the documenting of work for the government as this administration moves with urgency to do our part to combat the adverse impact of climate change through the use of alternative energy sources. We must all reduce our reliance on fossil fuels by 30% by 2030, and BIS will carry the Bahamian public and indeed the world on that journey each step of the way. The program has already begun with trips to Inagua, Auckland, Crooked Island, Maguana, and Long Key on the 27th of May to document the technical assessments for the installation of solar photovoltaic systems for public buildings and rooftops or ground mounters. The BIS team in Abaco on June 1st documented this revolution that is our energy sector reform vision. BIS plan to partner with every ministry to produce specific programs to highlight the government's policy thrusts and resolving the pressing issues confronting our nation. A major tool to facilitate the communications and public relations mandate, BIS is in the final stages of creating its website. User-friendly features will include linkages to all major online communication platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. Further, this website will have the capacity for live streaming government events as well as podcasting capabilities. Mr. Deputy, it is our intent and vision of BIS to consistently disseminate government information in real time as we educate and inform the general public and indeed the world on the goals, policies, and activities of the government of the Bahamas, while promoting the culture, values, and national identity of the Bahamas. Mr. Deputy, further to my communication to this Honorable House on the status of the relocation of BIS to more suitable workspace accommodation, I advise that in addition to completing the specifications for the fit out and identifying the contractor, the government is in negotiations with the owner of the property of this new location with a view of possible purchase. Mr. Deputy, in 2022-2023 budget estimates, $196,800 has been allocated under the item number 211103, new hires and increments. The acquisition of new and requisite talents is necessary to transform BIS into the kind of public agency that will consistently meet the communication need in a 21st century Bahamas. Also, Mr. Deputy, the Minister of the Public Service would have stated on a number of occasions that one of the outstanding issues that continue to impact morale among some public servants are the outstanding promotions and increments. It is also vitally important that the needs of our internal customers are met so that they carry our message forward. The allocation of $60,000 for international travel in the 2022-2023 budget estimate is a step in the right direction, Mr. Deputy. It gives us the opportunity to tell our story and project the Bahamas as a responsible and reasonable world citizen instead of relying on others to do it for us. BIS is an executing mechanism to do just that. Mr. Deputy, every consequential event, both locally and internationally, our leaders participate in, BIS should be there to document, report, and archive the role and policy position of the Bahamas government at these public events. Mr. Deputy, I'd like to say that BIS is the institution by law that's mandated to archive these events. We will be celebrating 50 years as a country next year. And as our institution gets older, it is a must that BIS have the requisite information that future generations will rely on to see where we have come from. Our vision is lofty, ambitious, and far-reaching, but we see and benchmark the power and success of BIS, of the BBC, in projecting what it is to be British across the globe, and we aspire to do the same in the Bahamas, Mr. Deputy. And in wrapping up, Mr. Deputy, I would like to commend the Member of Parliament for Kent Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, and the government of the Bahamas for preparing and delivering a budget, one that ticks the boxes, one that put peoples first, one that seeks to put the Bahamas on the world stage, one to let our civil servants know that they are appreciated through raises, through increments, through promotions, one that let us know that the Bahamas is back through the opening of our various agencies. Through our various travel, we are attracting new businesses and companies to the Bahamas that will provide future employment, that will provide more money to circulate in the economy. Mr. Deputy, Pinewood supports this budget.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Mr. Deputy, I think it's an appropriate time to request of the House an extension of time so as to entertain our final speaker for this evening.
Is there a seconder? It's been moved and seconded that the House go beyond the hour of 7 o'clock. As many are in favor will remain seated, those opposed will stand. Motion is agreed. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bain and Grandstown.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. And honorable members of this great House of Assembly. Firstly, I'd like to extend happy birthday greetings to the Speaker in her absence. And I pray that God's mercies and grace will follow her all the days of her life. Good night. I continue to express how grateful I am to be the Member of Parliament for the great constituency of Bains and Grandstown. It is on the shoulders of these great and wonderful people that I stand to make this contribution to this 2022-2023 fiscal budget debate. But before I go into the meat of my debate, Mr. Deputy, I had an opportunity to travel back to Grand Bahama this weekend past to funeralize my aunt, Auntie Dean or Udina Hill. I had an opportunity to see a lot of my cousins who I've been seeing for a long time. But while in Grand Bahama, I had an opportunity to visit one of my former teachers. And she said to me, you know, I always wanted you to join the debate team, and you always shied away from it. Now look at you today, debating in the House of Assembly, and she was so proud of me. So I say to Miss Daisy McPhee, the wife of my coach, Moan McPhee, thank you for seeing in me what I didn't see in myself way back then. Further, I want to congratulate my granddaughter, Nayel Watson. She graduated from K5 today at Temple Christian with a 3.9 GPA. I don't know where she got it from. I also want to congratulate her parents, my son, Benai Watson, and his wife, Danelle Watson, for doing a very good job with my oldest grandchild. I also want to congratulate my daughter, Wakwe Watson. Wakwe got 100% in her maths exam and 96% in her English exam for the National Catholic Board examination results. I don't know where they get it from, but I have to congratulate them. Okay. On the other end, I had an opportunity to visit an old sporting lounge in Grand Bahama. It's called No Holds Bar. And the owner is Miss Di Newton. The reception there was good. The food was good. The music was great. And I want to say hello to you all up in Grand Bahama. And thank you for the hospitality extended to me, even though I sat in the corner as a regular Joe Blow. You treated me really nice until you found out that I was the member of parliament and I got a few extra drinks. No. This afternoon, members, I will be visiting the Comfort Sports Bar and Lounge on Comfort Street. I want my constituents to know that I'll be there this afternoon to watch Boston beat the Golden State. So please come and join me. I also want to say hello to my mommy, Sybil Watson, my sister, Sheila, Katrina, Norma, Vanessa, to my two brothers, well, my brothers, Derek and Shivago. And I also want to say hello to my children, Panay, Kadiro, Brittany, Ahmad, and McQuay.
You say bossing away?
Yeah, tonight.
So you had the drinks already then?
I wouldn't keep you long, but one thing I can always remember as an old track athlete, normally the coach always, in a 4x1 race, normally the coach always put the fastest man to anchor. So I'm gonna anchor tonight. I'll be extremely fast. So we'll be out here in the jibby. Absolutely. I hope, Mr. Leader and Mr. Deputy, that I wasn't unparliamentary in mentioning those things, but it's good to know that you have constituents who support you, and when they least expect it, you want to be able to treat them in a good way. To the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, I want to say thank you. Thank you for remembering us. Thank you for remembering the small man and the people within the NC. Thank you for your continued support. Mr. Deputy, in my inaugural speech in this House, I made a commitment to highlight Bahamians from Baines and Grantstown who made a significant contribution to the growth and development of this little country called the Bahamas. Since this is my first budget debate, I would also like to highlight a national hero who's also a first. As you're aware, the Bahamas has come a long way. Sir Lyndon Oscar Pinlan, he's my feature tonight, was a bold visionary leader who bucked the status quo and set the Progressive Liberal Party on a course to change history and subsequently the lives of the majority of ordinary Bahamians forever. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Sir Lyndon was a Baintown man. No, sir. Start off in Baintown, then you go on to East Street. He had a big heart for the people. But East Street is still Grantstown. So Baines and Grantstown. Samuel, okay. He had a big heart for the people, embarked on a mission to break down all of the institutional barriers that denied the average Bahamian equal access and equal opportunities. In 1967, Sir Lyndon led a party that tore down the walls that was designated to keep us over the hill. But we must never go back. Because of his visionary selflessness, this man with a common touch is the reason why we are here today. Today we have another visionary leader at the helm, small in stature, with a genuine heart for the Bahamian people. This budget is reflective of this transformative and progressive vision the Honorable Prime Minister Philip Ray Davis has for this country.
You take it with band sounds too?
Pardon me?
With band sound?
I'll do some respect.
You taking all the great leaders. Go ahead, man. You adopted people, man. You taking it? Oh, don't mess around with that anymore. Look here. Don't mess around. Send a bill.
You're eating up my clock time. This administration has been in office for only about 8 months. And the general populace of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is still referring to it as a new day. In God, good Marco City. To that end, I thank God once more for giving me the opportunity to be in this house, in this august chamber, and contribute to this critical national budget debate for the fiscal year 2022-2023. Mr. Deputy, the irony of life is amazing. I've listened to the debates from members opposite. Rather than thank the Davis administration for a budget that helps, they seek to find reason why this budget is flawed and can't work. They continue to find reasons why the Bahamian people are not deserving of the tax cuts, benefits outlined in this budget. They continue to be pessimistic in their thinking about this year's fiscal budget. The member for East Grand Bahama aligned himself with one portion of the Moody's report. That's only one portion. Rather than backing the government and the Bahamian people. One portion. What a shame. I say to my cousins in East Grand Bahama and my friends, the proof is in the pudding. He doesn't support the benefits to Bahamians, especially in times like these. Mr. Deputy, I can recall in 2018, the member for Kalani said in this honorable house, and I quote, "I don't believe in increasing taxes. I believe in decreasing taxes and increasing opportunities." He said, "Increasing taxes is a lazy way out." That was recorded on the 31st of May, 2018. Well, this administration, in its first full budget, did not increase taxes. Rather, we reduced taxes, customs duties, and other fees for goods and services that negatively impacted the lives of Bahamians and their pockets. That's what we did. Yes, members opposite, we decreased taxes, and yes, we created opportunity for Bahamians. We didn't take the lazy way out. We dug deep, thought creatively, and again I say, produce a masterful budget. Even the FNMs I spoke to congratulated this administration for a masterful budget. Come on, man. What more do you want, St. Barnabas? We don't deliver, we execute. Mr. Deputy? They're right outside. They're right outside. I learned a trick also. I learned a trick also, Mr. Leader. Anytime you want to take a little break and slow down, you sip. Mr. Deputy, as I pivot, I turn my attention to some of the ongoing projects and programs within the Bain and Grandstand constituency. I continue to meet with constituents every Tuesday at 4 p.m. at the Bain and Grandstand Family Center and Constituency Office, unless I'm attending an official function otherwise. I've already met with hundreds of constituents during our office hours and assisted where and when I could over the last few months. Some assistance was rendered by myself, but I want to say thank you to my colleagues for chipping in and lending a hand in helping me to relieve some of the burdens of my constituents. And to my colleagues, I say thank you. To my colleagues, I say thank you. Thank you. The former administration has left. The former administration has left my people in dire straits with nowhere to turn and no one to call on. But on that glorious day, September 16, 2021, a new day dawned, and our people got a feeling of relief. To encourage them, I say Rome was not built in a day, and no man is an island. But the PLP and this administration is here for you. This budget, Mr. Deputy, is truly a budget for all Bahamians, a budget that provides a ray of hope for tomorrow and putting all worries and fears behind us. Mr. Deputy, in keeping with our 10-point focal plan in the Baines and Grandstand constituency, which is geared towards improving the lives and the living conditions of our constituents, our programs are strategic, focused, and intentional. Our most recent program held was the Bain and Grandstand Single Mothers Forum on Children's Funding. This program focused on encouraging, motivating, inspiring, and uplifting our single mothers. The feedback received from within the community was positive, and we look forward to continuing this program next year. I would like to publicly thank our guest speakers who poured out their expressions and their experiences to the participants. Thank you to Mrs. Anne-Marie Davis, our First Lady, the Acting Governor General, Cynthia Mother Pratt, Ms. Agatha Marcel, former Member of Parliament, Deputy Chairman of the Progressive Liberal Party, Attorney Ms. Robin Lyons, our very own Speaker of the House of Assembly. She lit up the place. And she told those young ladies, young mothers, what to do and how to do it. Because if she could make it to the seat, to the chair, they could. And I was very appreciative of that. Ms. Patricia DeVoe. The pastor and overseer, Ms. Sharon Nairn, I say thank you. And another Bain and Grandstand lady, Dr. Linda Davis, Vice President and now President of the Bahamas Technical and Vocational Institute. Those are the type of people we had in Baines and Grandstand, encouraging and motivating our young mothers in Bain and Grandstand. But on the heels of the Single Mothers Forum and Children's Funding, we recognized 20 of our oldest mothers in the constituency and honored the oldest mother in Bain Town as the Mother of the Year, Miss Elaine Major, who also turned 100 within that same month. The upcoming Bain and Grandstand projects and programs of the month for the month of June to September are as follows. We dubbed it Transformation of Our Community. Saturday, June the 18th, we have a Father's Day grill out and domino competition on government ground. We'll also have a health expo, free testing for men's health. We also have a number of key business entrepreneurs, successful business entrepreneurs, who will bring business talk to our men. We call this the Be Your Own Boss program. And that's what we encourage and what we inspire, that our young men with the talent can be their own boss and don't necessarily have to work for anybody else. On June the 19th, Sunday, June the 19th, we'll also be honoring and recognizing 20 of the oldest fathers in Baines and Grandstand, and honoring the oldest father in Bain and Grandstand as the Father of the Year at a particular church service. The inaugural Baines and Grandstand Games commence on June the 27th and ends August the 1st. 5 divisions, 5 zones, 3 divisions, and 3 sports. The Honorable Cynthia Mother Pratt, our acting Governor General, and sports legend, Mr. Fred Papa Smith, are about the honorees for this inaugural Summer Games. I want to thank the Bain and Grandstand Sports Committee for their dedication and commitment towards making this inaugural Games a success. We will do well. These games will be held annually to foster a spirit of togetherness among the residents of Baines and Grandstown. And if you don't know Baines and Grandstown, we need some togetherness. The games will be held at the Sutton Recreation Grounds for basketball and softball, and we will hold a one-day meet for track and field at the old Thomas A. Robinson Stadium. Further, Baines and Grandstown Kids Summer Program will commence the 4th to the 29th of July for our kids who are between the ages of 9 to 12. The main focus would be on mathematics, language arts, reading, and computer concepts. We're also planning a kids' arts and culture summer camp at our family center and constituency office, and this will be run around the same time. We have dubbed both of these camps the Bend the Tree While It's Young program, a component of our 10-point focal plan. Both camps will be taught by certified teachers from Bain and Grandstown. The Bain and Grandstown Summer Community Cleanup Program is slated for August 2nd to 13th, and I'm looking forward to the assistance from my colleague, the Minister for the Environment, in this regard. One of our biggest programs in our Baines and Grandstown is our Back to School Festival, where we seek to assist as many families as possible and students with back to school supplies. Every month, members, we produce Baines and Grandstown, what we call our monthly newsletter. We call it The Drop, which highlight all of the monthly events and activities and programs within the Baines and Grandstown constituency. As the Member of Parliament, I provide food assistance to as many in need through our Baines and Grandstown constituency, through our Baines and Grandstown Grove Tree program. And again, I want to thank the member for West End, West Grand Baham and Bimini, and his office for facilitating us on a regular basis as called. Plans are being formalized to establish the Baines and Grandstown Farmers Market. And our sexy ministers in here. But we are working closely with the BAIC chairman, and this will facilitate another feeding program geared towards assisting my constituents. I believe, members, that education is the key to the eradication of poverty. I also subscribe to the notion that you're never too old to learn. Therefore, I've had preliminary discussions with the officials of Bahamas Technical and Vocational Institute to establish the Baines and Grandstown Trade School. We will be offering classes for constituents in various vocational fields, and we're hoping that our constituents will be certified at the end of the day. The Baines and Grandstown Sports Committee is functional, as I indicated, and are well on the way to its inaugural games. Our basketball summer Saturday program, development program, is held on every park in Baines and Grandstown. And we continue to run that to make certain that our young boys and girls have something to do on a regular basis. I am pleased to report on Monday, the 31st of May, 2022, we hosted another successful street meeting. When I campaigned, I didn't meet my constituents in a classroom. I met my constituents on the street, or I knocked on doors. And my quest is to meet my constituents on the street. And as a result of that, I have street meetings every 3 months, and that is separate and apart from the branch meeting that we hold be whole in Baines and Grandstand. I want to say thank you to Reverend Colebrook, another Bain Town man, for bringing prayers and remarks at that particular street meeting. Mr. Deputy, I would like to extend my sincere condolences to the families of Baines and Grandstand constituents who lost their loved ones most recently, especially to Mr. Sanders and Mrs. Maria Brown on the passing of our stalwart counselor, Mrs. Betty Sanders. May your soul rest in peace, and the soul of the faithfully departed rest in peace and rise in glory. In this budget, I have identified a number of concessions that I believe caters to the benefits of my constituents. The following are obvious benefits recognized in the first instance. This budget provides a number of assistance provided for low-income Bahamians. This budget is addressing the cost of living on disenfranchised members of society, particularly within the inner city. Members, clearly, this budget intends to help constituents with low income by increasing minimum wage for public servants, thus strengthening the buying power of these constituents. Also, increasing social services assistance and spending for the fiscal year 2022-2023 to accommodate the reinstatement of the RISE program, which will bring dignity back to our people in Baines and Grandstown and the most vulnerable. Mr. Deputy, building a women's shelter to support women who are in need of these services is a major plus for Baines and Grandstown. The reinstatement of the small homes repair program under the urban renewal is a godsend, and we need that. I want to say thank you to my colleague, Minister Raming, for ably assisting me in making certain that we use the contractors within Baines and Grandstown to fix the homes in Green and Grandstown for Baines and Grandstown. Providing employment opportunities in the public and private sector are also very critical, emanating from this particular budget. And again, I want to say thank you again to my colleague from Golden Gates. She got my list. My people need work, and she said send her a list, and she has the list. So I want to say thank you again for the employment opportunity to give our constituents an opportunity to earn for themselves. Our people in Baines and Grandstand want to do for themselves. We don't want handouts. We want opportunities. That's what we want. This administration has offset the recent increases in prices because of global shipping crisis and other global externalities by reducing the duty on more than 50 items, much of which, Senance, doesn't include bread basket items only. This budget also supports the great work already underway. Further supplements to the Ministry of Social Services and Urban Renewal are allocated to support NGOs that have been helping communities for decades. I'm extremely elated, Mr. Prime Minister. I'm extremely elated, Mr. Prime Minister, for adding Reverend C.B. Moss to this program. He has fed hundreds in Baines and Grandstown, hundreds, especially during the pandemic. And I am grateful that he would receive some type of assistance from this PLP government. Now we will see our people being fed. And you ain't got to worry. Reverend Mossing He's not going to keep any of that money. No, sir, he ain't pinch. Mr. Deputy, I have listened to the contributions to this debate and many others who spoke about digitization, e-government, and ICT. I have listened, and almost every member that stood in this house spoke about digitization, e-government, and ICT. The most important, most significant field today. This speaks to the significance of this aspect of governance. As a matter of fact, it was reported that the infusion of ICT in government and governance caters to approximately 32% growth of a country's GDP. ICT is the answer. Trust me when I tell you that. ICT is the answer. I would like to continue to speak on these matters falling under my purview as the Parliamentary Secretary with responsibility for digitization, innovation, and ICT in the Bahamas government. And again, I would like to thank the Minister of Economic Affairs, Senator the Honorable Michael Alcides, and the Honorable Prime Minister for showing confidence in me to discharge these responsibilities. Mr. Deputy, since taking office in 2021, this administration has embarked on an aggressive and transformative agenda to digitize government systems and services and bring a more holistic and centralized approach to the use of information and communications technology across the public sector. Our blueprint for change speaks to our plan to usher in an e-Bahamas revolution and create a digital economy consistent with the plans are these factors. Number one, for those of you who may not be aware, the government of the Bahamas has entered into a IDB loan agreement to foster the competitiveness of the Bahamas by reducing the cost of conducting business within government. As a result of this loan, the government of the Bahamas implemented its interoperability platform, which is currently in use supporting the National Insurance Board to provide digital citizens identification for government services. This allows for the verification of identity in real time by accessing relevant data sources with the associate government agencies, the improvement of information and verification processes among agencies throughout and within the government, and using secure electronic communication leverage for citizens who are capable and able to pay electronically. To date, we have documented more than 52 services with 29 services to be launched. We have onboarded more than 48 services from over 14 agencies. We have registered more than 77,000 users on our portal. And through the use and implementation of this technology, we have collected more than $2 million in revenue and trained over 400 public servants. That's a drop in the bucket compared to where we are and where we could be. The Department of Transformation and Digitization will be collaborating with a number of agencies to digitize their operations. We believe, and I believe, that the service provided by our Department of Transformation and Digitization can be and will be improved. Most notably, discussions have been held with the Department of Public Service and others to begin this process. We have received approvals to launch a pilot project within the Ministry of Economic Affairs. to create a paperless or paperless digital operating environment, one which we intend to replicate within other ministries, departments, and agencies across the government upon the completion of this pilot. This will be the first, but we intend to replicate it across government. Further, we've been working with the Ministry of Health to advance their move to strengthen healthcare by providing the requisite technical support and guidance where synergies exist. These include collaboration on the digitization of hospitals and patient records and the setup of electronic health information systems within that ministry. We want to be able to system the use of biometrics in the delivery of medicines and telemedicine. We want to be able to use cybersecurity to ensure that our patient records are secure. And we want to do an excellent job as it relates to data management and protection. The Parliamentary Registration Department, the state of the Bahamian voter registration system, tracking and maintenance of the parliamentary registrar has long been a sticking and vexing point for successive governments. But this administration, we will fix it. This transformative government is well underway with finalizing an RFP for the selection of a vendor and a subsequent implementation of a best-of-breed voter registration system at the Parliamentary Registration Department. Execution. This solution will significantly mitigate the frustrations experienced by Bahamians during the peak voting season. Mr. Deputy, another first. Mr. Deputy, another first. You ain't paying attention. Mr. Prime Minister, another first. This administration intends to implement a national digital EID for the Bahamas. Yes. This administration intends to implement a national EID for the Bahamas. Sometimes I wonder if you all understand the significance of some of the things that I'm saying. I'm not as funny as Sanahats. But when I speak seriously. This EID system is fundamental to government's ability to deliver e-government services nationwide, and it provides the framework upon which information and communication technology projects can be advanced. This should have been in place before we launch that other portal. That's my experience, but I wouldn't bash them at this time because the member for East Grand Bahama is in here. The World Bank-sponsored Initiative of Identification for Change recognizes the enabling and transformational role a national identification system has in achieving sustainable development goals and its role in enhancing people's lives. With respect to the implementation of an EID system, by way of status, we have revised the Ministry of Information and Communications and Innovation and the e-government bill. We have onboarded a digital ID expert, and thank you to the Cabinet of the Bahamas, with a view of developing a strategy and roadmap for the national EID system implementation and subsequent rollout. And we expect that this rollout will be sometime in mid-2023. The creation of an EID solution will foster advancements in government's ability to accept digital payments, including the sand dollar and other digital payment gateways, simplify KYCs and the KYC process for private identity verification, and make access to government services easier, safer, and more secure. Another first, Mr. Deputy, we will, within this fiscal period, implement what we refer to as the National CERT. CERT meaning Computer Incidents Response Team. And the establishment of this CERT will serve as a national focus for coordinating cybersecurity incidents and cybersecurity responses to these cyber attacks that we may incur. Providing reactive and proactive cybersecurity support services within country. The CERT is scheduled to offer services to stakeholders in Q2 2023. The CERT is being implemented in consultation with the United Nations International Telecommunications Union, or ITU, and their experts. Consultants have led this process, and we have a young Bahamian, Symmetria McKinney, young qualified Bahamian, who will be the manager of the first national CERT in the Bahamas. In addition to that, the CERT needs teeth. And as a part of the IDB loan, it also facilitates the establishment of a national cybersecurity strategy, which together with the national CERT will prove invaluable in the delivery and strengthening of healthcare as we implement what we refer to as the whole of government approach to ICT. By developing and implementing a national cybersecurity strategy, the Bahamas can improve the security of its digital infrastructure and ultimately contributes to its broader socioeconomic aspirations, as well as creating new revenue streams right here in country. This will also foster confidence in government systems, as people are continually reluctant to pay for and utilize government systems using a virtual environment. Another first, Mr. Deputy, consistent with our blueprint for change is the e-Bahamas revolution, is the establishment of what we refer to as the government's national data center. These centers, and I say these centers because we have to build a center and replicate it for redundancy purposes. These centers will facilitate the in-country storing and protection of citizen data and the sharing of that data to connected and approved government MDAs. The development and the implementation of a national ICT strategy, which is entrenched in law, are considered critical for ensuring increased use consistent with the application of ICT in the public sector. As a former national coordinator or deputy national coordinator for information technology, we have done numerous ICT strategies, one with Singapore, one with Canada, one with the United States, and all of these national ICT strategies are now on the shelf. But in order to make this national cyber ICT strategy embedded within country, we are bringing a bill to Parliament to make certain that this national ICT strategy is entrenched in law. The procurement process to engage a firm to lead this process has commenced, and a vendor will be selected shortly with the hope that the completion of the strategy is projected for Q3 2023. Mr. Deputy, as we seek to improve ICT delivery within government, the Department of Transformation and Digitization has created a self-service portal where all MDAs will be able to, one, submit their request for a new application, new equipment, new computer, new phone. Two, upload all incidents, all reports and details as it relates to these requests. Be able to track the status of these requests to the Department of Transformation and Digitization, and be able to see all of the requests made. We believe, and I believe, that this will improve efficiency and accountability for distributed and requested services by ministries, departments, and agencies. Mr. Deputy, heart-wrenching is what I call this. The existing website is old and archaic and utilizes legacy technology that has been long outdated. But this new day government intends to revamp, rebrand, and revolutionize the government's official website. Thank you very much. Yes. However, how we are seen and perceived in the world as a government is consistent with how competitive we are and can be in today's global virtual environment. In this digital age, one's website is generally representative of who you are as an organization to the outside world. So there's a must. We have already identified a vendor. And to my colleagues who said at the cabinet level, we will be bringing a proposal so we can acquire the necessary approvals to change the government website. And I have my colleague from Grand Bahama, Pine Ridge. The website, in addition to that, we will also change the emailing system. Antiquated. So we have begun the process to revamp and revolutionize our website. And we want to make it not sexy, but user-friendly and attractive to our millennials and mobile users. User-friendly. Mr. Deputy, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. As a precursor to our digital literacy program, and in conjunction with the Ministry of Education, this administration is seeking to ensure that internet service is made available to as many people across this nation. Commensurate with that, the Cabinet has approved and has directed the implementation of what we refer to as free Wi-Fi to be set up on at least one park in each constituency during this summer, 2022. This was promised in our blueprint for change, and we will execute. I want to say thank you to the staff of BTC. I also want to say thank you to the staff of Alive, who are partnering with the government to make this Wi-Fi pilot project a reality. They're competing commercially, but together, they came together to make certain that we were able to accomplish this pilot project. And we meet every week, and we're working together to get it done. Mr. Deputy, this is very critical and crucial to me I mentioned the mighty bill and the e-government bill, and mighty as in the Ministry of Information Technology and Innovation, early in my contribution. And the path that this administration is on to establish, for the first time in our history, another first, is the establishment of a Ministry of Information Technology and Innovation charged with strategic management and administration of ICT and innovation within the public service. I didn't say it was approved, but knowing the nature of this administration, we seek to implement this ministry within this term in office. I don't want to be beside myself. But it's important. Truth be told, Mr. Deputy, this is not a new concept in the world. It's just that we in the Bahamas are a little late to the party. Indeed, in countries across the world that have embarked on the digitization journey, I found that the establishment of a dedicated ministry which would develop and implement the strategic framework for the identification and application of ICT in the public service was absolutely essential to the success and rollout of key digital initiatives. Some examples of these countries from various jurisdictions. Absolutely. But I can speak for myself. The PM listens, you don't mind that. Some examples of countries from within this jurisdiction are Barbados, Jamaica. You distracted me. Barbados, Jamaica, Trinidad, Estonia, South Africa, and Singapore, just to name a few. All have ministries in some degree or another in information and communications technology. This transformative ministry will, among other things, oversee and promote the development of the information technology sector, make recommendations on, administer, and give effect to information technology policies, laws, regulations, rules, guidelines, and codes of practice. We set the standards for the management, security, confidentiality, integrity, and the ethical use of information and communications technologies. Mr. Deputy, simply put, the creation of this ministry will centralize the dispensation of IT matters, regularize policies, coordinate the acquisition and management of ICT technologies, innovations, and create a sustainable IT environment that capitalizes on emerging technologies going forward. I note the contribution of the member for Nassau Village and the discussion around cryptocurrency, the Bahamas Sand Dollar, and digital assets. These and other fintech are expanding within our country, and we as a government must be innovators to respond to these emerging technologies. The time has come, Mr. Deputy, for us to join the world in recognizing the transformative effect that ICT have on the lives of its citizens. Honorable members, it is our duty to take the lead in making this a reality. It is our duty to take the lead in making this a reality. Baines and Grandsound supports this budget as presented. But before I take my seat, I want to give a shout out to the hardworking public servants in the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Economic Affairs, the Department of Transformation and Digitization and the Digital Transformation Unit. It is because of you that this budget was crafted and delivered to the Bahamian people. And it is because of you that this administration feels comfortable that our projections in this budget will be accomplished. Because of your work and your work ethics, we believe that this and the projections of this particular budget will be accomplished. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? As many? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown.
Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I now move, Mr. Deputy, we continue to right on schedule this evening. I now move, Mr. Deputy, that we suspend to Tuesday, the 7th of June at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Tuesday, the 7th of June at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Afternoon? 3? Okay. Is there a seconder? Second. It has been moved and seconded that the House be suspended until the 7th of June, 2020 at 3 p.m. 22 at 3 p.m. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The House stands suspended until the 7th of June, 2022 at 3 p.m.
All right.
Yeah, this is their first budget. Yep.